to all of you, and welcome to the Faculty Development Program Mission Life, a roadmap to sustainability with practice and partnership in action, organized by Amity Academy Staff College under the Guru DAKSHATA Induction Program in collaboration with Thapar University. The Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology is one of the India's oldest and finest educational institutions, which provide a steady source of highly skilled talent to the nation as well as overseas. Founded in 1956 with a campus spread across sprawling 250 acres, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, located in Patiala, has been a pioneer in engineering education, research, and innovation. Their community involves ingenious mind solvers who are eager to make the world a better place to live in with their innovative techniques and discoveries. So as we proceed further, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the event organizers who have been instrumental in bringing this faculty development program to fruition. I would like to invite Dr. Ashutosh Kumar from Thapar Institute to say a few words. Dr. Kumar has been associated with the School of Energy and Environment, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala campus as an assistant professor since January 2021. He is a PhD in Environmental Engineering discipline from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Hong Kong, and MTech in Environmental Management of Rivers and Lake from the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. In addition, he is a recipient of globally competitive and prestigious Hong Kong PhD Fellowship Scheme Award in 2015. During his professional experience at Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, he was involved in ambitious Hussain Sagar Lake Catchment Area Improvement Project, which was funded by Japan Bank of International Corporation. Now we request Sir to please address the gathering. Welcome, Sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Harshita.
But before we proceed further, we would like to felicitate you with the virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude. Please accept it from our
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you for this nice introduction about Thapar University and me. And again, thank you to Amity Staff College and Renu ma'am for organizing this wonderful event. So without doing any delay, I am coming to the topic. So the faculty development program is about the mission life, a roadmap to sustainability with practice and partnership in action. So in the beginning only, I said that we are doing partnership. It's a partnership of 6 organizations here in this 5-day FDP program. So I guess we are doing good on that line. So let me talk about some practice. So I guess since the inaugural session of this FDP, many eminent guest speakers would have talked about mission life. But I would like to highlight one point here about mission life, that is life for environment, is about the measurable changes. So our Prime Minister actually envisioned this idea about measurable changes which comes to our life so that we could make a sustainable world. So just like most of the people nowadays focusing on recyclability, but what I would like to say here, we should focus more about the resource conservation or greenhouse gas emission. I mean the root cause, we should focus more. And actually, since I have joined Thapar, the 2 changes I have brought in my life for protecting the environment. One is about the cycling. Daily, actually, I do come in the university by bicycle, no matter how people are talking about me, what people are talking about me. So it's around 2.5 years now. I'm actually coming to the office daily. And another thing, actually, I have this water bottle since my PhD. So here also in most of the meetings and exam duty, we get the water bottle, packaged drinking water basically. So that also I have avoided from past 1 year when it came to my mind that actually it makes sense and we can do it. It's not like it's not doable. So on this note, I guess everyone should do something in their life which is measurable and which can make a meaningful impact on the environment. And Dr. Harshita, you can introduce Mr. Sushil sir, and then we can start the session.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank
your
you.
remarkable efforts in organizing this meaningful event. So moving on, today's focus is on assessment and roadmap for the prioritization of future sustainability targets for water, energy, food, and management. We have an insightful plenary session lined up for you today, featuring esteemed speakers who are experts in their respective field. They will share their knowledge and experiences on various aspects of sustainable development. So without further ado, let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chair for this session, Mr. Sushil Kumar Sharma, sir. Sir is a highly accomplished professional with over 39 years of experience. He is the founder CEO of his own venture and previously served as the general manager at NTPC Limited. With a background in electrical engineering, he has showcased his expertise as an international expert speaker for the United Nations Environmental Programme. Sir is a fellow and chartered engineer of the Institution of Engineers and a fellow of the Society of Power Engineers India. He holds various certifications, including in areas such as business excellence, sustainability, energy auditing, and CSR. During his tenure at NTPC Limited, Sir contributed to the company's global recognition, with NTPC Limited being ranked first among 250 global independent power producers. He has acquired additional qualification through renowned programs such as Harvard Managed Mentor and Dale Professional Certification. His passion for continuous learning and professional development is evident in his pursuit of knowledge from esteemed institutions like IIM Lucknow and IIT Delhi. Sir is actively involved in delivering programs and webinars, having already conducted numerous sessions in collaboration with prestigious institutes, universities, and organizations. His area of expertise encompasses entrepreneurship, corporate governance, energy transition, sustainability, climate change, and corporate social responsibility. With his extensive knowledge and experience, he aims to inspire and empower young minds and professionals to address global and national priorities. Sir's programs are designed to ignite passion, mobilize action, and provide practical solutions for creating a positive impact on the society and environment. With such a diverse and accomplished background, we are privileged to have Sir as a chair for this session. His wealth of knowledge and multifaceted experiences will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and provide valuable insights into the topic at hand. And as we acknowledge the remarkable contribution and accomplishment of our esteemed chair, we would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation and symbolize our gratitude. We would like to felicitate Sir with the virtual Tulsi sapling. Dr. Renu Dhupar, Assistant Director, AIEL, is presenting the virtual Tulsi sapling to Sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence and for accepting the responsibility of being the chair for this session. We are truly honored to have you here, and we eagerly look forward to your valuable guidance throughout the proceedings. Sir, I now request you to please chair the session and address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Renu and Professor Ashok Kumarji. It's pleasure to be with you, Dr. Madam Namaskar. And it's pleasure to be with you. Have been with NTPC, seen its growth, as you have shown just now, small Tulsi. And now NTPC has grown and has become the best power sector producer globally, not only in India, globally. It is a #1 independent power producer globally, ranked by none else than by S&P rating 2023 itself. Now, just I will be sharing few of the slides and taking you through some updates on the theme of the session itself. So I am just in the process of sharing my screen. I think it has come up.
Yes, sir, visible.
Fine. So I am very happy to have 4 panelists along with me in this session. And I have seen they are along with carrying wealth of knowledge. Each of them, I will be introducing one after other, and they will be taking up the respective topics. Now, let me say that assessment and roadmap for prioritization of future sustainability target is an apt theme which is chosen by the organizers, the MIT University and Thapar University together, focusing on energy, food, water, and management. I will carry very quickly, covering all these topics, how globe has changed over a period of time and why there is need to talk of sustainability, and that too focusing on energy, food, water, and management. It's the river besides you, River Yamuna in Delhi, and most of you must be crossing it every day. And 365 day must be noticing the changes. We will look into it a bit detail. What is the scenario, not only in Delhi, India, and globally. Now, with this background, where is our future? Not only for ourselves, but generations to follow. So I will be quickly taking you along with, we have Mr. Anurit Kanti, Ms. Priyanshu Trivedi, Dr. Damodaran K, and Ms. Aditi Sinha. They will be following one after other. And let me begin with, again, sharing with pride that it's not the achievement of a day, and not only association of NTPC founders during the active life, but we are very happy to have our first man named as NTPC, the first chairman, Dr. D.V. Kapoor, who instantly and continuously observes what organization is doing, though he retired in the year 1981. So you can appreciate the ownership of our first chairman even today. And when he learned that NTPC has become the first IPP globally, and NTPC presented its performance for the year 2022-23 on 1st April 23 itself, he straightway wrote a letter addressed to all the employees of NTPC through present chairman, Sri Gurdeep Singh Ji. So it's a snap on that. Very quickly, I will be briefing ecosystem to climate change, to sustainability, to energy, food, water, and we will look into the global indicators, climate change performance indicator, sustainability, energy efficiency, and all. And finally, I will conclude, and one after another, I will invite speakers to kindly come with respective themes. Now, Mission Life is a big initiative, unique initiative by our Prime Minister, which has become global. It focuses on reducing waste, not only normal waste, but reducing e-waste as well, adopt healthy lifestyle, adopt sustainable food systems, say no to single-use plastic, save water, and save energy. These are the basic themes of Mission Life. We all know that India, our motherland, we are worshipping ecosystem since ages, and we worship in different parts, different species. These are just indicative. And with such a rich ecosystem, traditions and practices, we are once again attempting to lead the global scenario. These are real campus snapshots like MIT campus. These two are from IISc Bangalore. And IISc Bangalore stands 117 years in academic field. You all be surprised that for the year 2022-23, IISc Bangalore have successfully filed 585 patents. Not only filing, they are converting them into real business practices and services. Now, these are some more thoughts from different parts of our own country. United Nations have classified ecosystems into these major 8 categories. They are farmlands, forests, freshwater, grasslands, mountains, oceans, peatlands, and urban areas. So this covers 360-degree on land and off land, everything. Now, just begin with industrialization. How this rich ecosystem have deteriorated? What is the basic reason behind? It's industrialization globally. Industrialization, we are currently in industry 4, migrating progressively to industry 5. But industrialization it commenced in the year 1780, and it's already 242 years. So with transition from industry 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, there are major happenings. And based on that, these different phases are defined. Industry 1 and 2 mostly was focusing on, industry 1 was on steam power. Industry 2 became driven by electricity. Industry 3, 4, and 5 all are continuing with electricity, but input sources to electricity are also reinventing themselves. Now, industry 4 to 5, what is happening? Industry 4 is about more and more, and it is continuing. As a result, whenever we visit any mega store in malls, we find discount of 40%, 50%, even up to 80%. So what it is? They are motivating customers to purchase more and more without knowing its ill impact. What about industry 5? It is focusing on new and different. So there is a shift, and there are technological changes and the requirements for migrating successfully from industry 4 to 5. Now, none of the industry can function without electricity. And performance of industrial overall or country as a whole is reflected by GDP. So here is the overall history beginning 1961 till 2023. The latest quarterly, the continuing quarter, the month of May, GDP growth is 7.4. For last year as a whole, it is 7.2, and so on. The least during this period was during 2019, 3.74, but it became negative 6.60 during COVID time in 2021. The next year, 2021-22, despite COVID interruptions in different parts of country at different times, growth being 8.95%, the highest globally. And for last 3 years, we are continuing leading the global GDP, achieving the highest GDP. Now, how it is happening? It can't happen if adequate energy in requirement of time with proper quality is not available. Now, I'm sure participants are from different parts of our country participating in today's program. Rarely there are occasions when we are deprived of electricity. If it happens, it's only because of scheduled maintenance, or otherwise maybe some natural happenings, falling of a tree or thunderstorm, something like that. Otherwise, electricity is available now in our country to 99% population 24/7 by 365 days. Now, if we look into the day before yesterday, these are the latest data I could get. Yesterday data will be available today after 11. Now they will be available now by this time. So on 7th, the peak demand countrywide was 2,03,065 megawatt. And it is met with just peak shortage of 702 megawatt. That means almost 100%. This peak shortage, it happens because of some operational constraints from time to time. If we talk of northern region, where Uttar Pradesh and NCR is situated, the demand was maximum among the 5 regions, 63,139 megawatt. Now, you want to be understanding all these figures. So I am just focusing on generation. The requirement on 7th June overall was 4757 million units. Out of it, hydro generation was 400, wind generation 340, solar generation 320. Overall, if we work out, this total works out to be 1060 million units. And 1060 million units out of 4757 is the contribution of clean energy, and remaining energy has come from dirty fuels. Dirty fuels are coal, including lignite, natural gas, as well as diesel. That means all petroleum products plus coal. Here is the peak demand for the month of May during last 5 years. Peak demand followed by minimum, maximum, and average along with range. If we see the May 23, the gone month, here was the maximum range, that is 61,627 megawatt, because the peak demand was 2,21,347 megawatt, and minimum demand during the month 1,59,720 megawatt. It indicates that the variation during the month of May, during last 5 years, this May 23 was the maximum. It indicates that climate change has its impact from day-to-day basis in different parts of the country as a whole. This is an integrated picture for month as a whole. Now, herein, for the month of May for last 5 years, this is a daily peak pattern. So herein we again see the last one, green, dark, the top row, the top trending line, green color. It indicates that the temperature when it was shooting up during 16th May till 25th May, demand was ever maximum for the month of May for last 5 years. But again, disturbances started happening 26th onwards, and then demand had suddenly come down, even have gone down than last year. So these are different patterns. This is for year as a whole for last 5 years. And it very clearly indicates that energy availability wise, there is no issue in India as on now. This is overall growth in capacity, installed capacity of our country for last 40 years. And here is overall source-wise summary. We find that right now, for last financial year, we have installed capacity of 4,16,000 megawatt. Out of 4,16,000 megawatt, 2,37,000 megawatt is thermal, that is put together coal, lignite, diesel, and gas. Nuclear is 6,780 megawatt. Hydro is 4,6,850 megawatt. Wind is 4,2633 megawatt. Solar is 6,678 megawatt. Put together, clean energy is 1,25160 megawatt. And renewable, if we add up nuclear, hydro, and solar, wind put together, it is 1,72,000 megawatt, indicating that we have achieved 41.34% of capacity operating on clean fuels. That means operating capacity on dirty fuels in terms of installed capacity have reduced to less than 60%, which is a very fine indicator. Now, looking into the generation terms, if we find here, year after year, the contribution of wind, solar, biomass, bagasse-based, small hydro, other renewable sources, put together renewable energy generation for the month of March every year up to 23 it is given. Then based on this one, we find that gross generation from renewable energy have increased from 1376 million unit to 1633 million units, and contribution have increased from 9.21% to 12.46%. Again, is a very healthy indicator as far as energy transition is a point. The last is PLF of operating coal stations, which is varying year after year, and reason being the difference between the demand and the contribution of renewable energy. That's why PLF is varying and varying randomly. PLF of coal operating stations for year 22-23 is 64.15%. Now, what is the overall requirement? In the year 2029-30, that means the very critical year by which we are to address our sustainable development goal, overall energy requirement will be 2,441 billion units. And contribution out of it, 54.5% will be from coal. Gas will be contributing 1.4%. Nuclear will be contributing 3.8%. Hydro will be contributing 8.7%. Solar photovoltaic 22.7%. Wind will be contributing 8.5%. And other, that means waste to energy and all, will be contributing 4%. So we are very comfortably moving in this transition phase towards clean energy. Now, here are world top 20 electricity generating countries. These are the top 20 globally. And here in terms of generation, we are at rank 3. And electricity produced for this comparative year, 1669 billion unit overall put together by all sources. If we look into the breakup, out of it, 51.7% was from coal, 6.3% from natural gas, 1.8% from oil. These put together 59.8%. Hydro contributed 13.1%. Renewables energy contributed 25.4%. Overall, 38.5% have come from clean sources and 1.7% from nuclear sources, whereas from dirty sources, it was 59.8%. So that means whatsoever commitment India have made, we are progressing quite well. Now, since 60% of energy is coming from dirty fuel, combustion of dirty fuels leads to producing CO2. As a result of rampant use of these dirty fuels, concentration of CO2 in the environment is increasing. And in fact, it is the driving force behind climate change. The concentration have increased since 1960 from 317 ppm to 2023 March 424 ppm, which is about 36% change in concentration and is a matter of serious concern for ourselves as well as global leadership. Now, this change in concentration of CO2 is leading to global warming. And this is temperature profile globally, average temperatures year after year since 1850 till 2022. Herein we find, though there been temperature change during 1850 till 1975, but change was still not that abrupt. What we observed 1975 onwards. As a result, what has happened? 2020, that is last decade, is the hottest decade in history on record. Year-wise, if we see, the hottest 10 years in history are like this. 2016 till now is the hottest year, followed by 2020, 2019, and so on. And all 2010 onwards are the hottest years. Once again, if we see what is really happening because of climate change and why we are talking today sustainability. The warmest year we have seen 2016 and an exceptionally strong El Nino event occurred in 2016, which really resulted into 2016 being the hottest year. Herein, 2020 is the second hottest year, and here temperature profiling, how it is changing month by month globally is depicted. Going further, not only consumption of dirty fuel is a reason for CO2 concentration increase, there are malpractices, and one of the widely malpractice which is causing serious concern, especially in NCR region, National Capital Region, wherein you all are sitting. Each crop residue burning in open fields without any check, balance, and controls. And it is causing havoc. How? You see what is the scenario in NCR region. In fact, during the month of October, November, December, January, these 4 months, the quality of air, that is AQI, in NCR region remains poorest. At times, it crosses 550 against healthy value of 550. So that means pollution has gone more than 10 times. And what we are breathing in, you see the last row, middle and right depictions. So instead of fresh air or oxygen, we are breathing chemicals and produces of various processes. Now, these are pollution index of different cities, and they are equated in terms of number of cigarettes smoking, because there are two sort of smoking. One is active, means whosoever smoke cigarettes or consume tobacco products in one form or other. Other one is passive smoking, without knowing, in fact, we are doing smoking. And in Delhi, quality deteriorates so bad that on an average, every citizen in Delhi, NCR region, I can say that in general terms, they are smoking 21 number of cigarettes every day, unknowingly. You can consider what is the overall harm of it. If we look into the global scenario, what has happened, most polluted countries, if we see, these are the top one: Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Afghanistan. That means we ourselves and our neighbors. As a result, what has happened, Asian continent is now the most polluted continent. If we see on right side, the most polluted cities, then our capital city, which is part of NCR, is the most polluted city globally. So this is the scenario we are living in. If we see the latest ranking of 100 most polluted cities in the world, out of 100 cities, 63 are from India. That means not only NCR, but different pockets countrywide are also badly polluted. Now, what are the effects and impacts of this pollution and high rise in temperature? That means directly, indirectly, the climate change. India records highest temperature during March-April 2022. This year, because of disturbances, it has not happened. Next, repeated fires in Uttarakhand and Rajasthan forest during March-June 2022 were reported. London records highest temperature of 40 degrees centigrade last year on 20th of July. Now, temperature in London is again shooting up. Let us see what happens this year. 600 hectares of forest under fire were reported from France, and it keeps repeating in France, Australia, Canada, USA. At times, it do happens in India as well. Australia and Canada recording record-breaking high temperatures. India, USA, China, Canada facing repeated floods. So these are all effects of climate change. Now, coming to sustainability, why I said in the opening about the topic of the program, why it is so apt and timely, is reflected here. Sustainability in terms of ecology, cultural, politics or governance, and economics or business functions. If we look into these four quadrants, quadrant 1 is the most suffered, is the most affected. And among quadrant 1, emission and waste, it scores only 2 out of 10. That means deterioration is 80%. Materials and energy, deterioration is 70% with a score of 3 out of 10. Water and air, deterioration is 60% with a score of 4 out of 10. Habitat and food, deterioration is 60% with a score of 4 out of 10. So you have taken all the topic in the program, and I compliment you. Knowingly and unknowingly, you have done fantastic work. Now, ecology scores 44%, with 83% highest scoring is still by cultural richness. Governance or politics scores 77%, whereas economics scores 76%. Now, this ecology deterioration is a result of mismanagement. That means only focusing on profitability and ignoring the climate and ecosystems. What is the result? Result is first part. If we consider ourselves and function for only ourselves, that is left part of the depicted picture down below. And if we function considering the 3 P's, that is profits are for people and planet, that means B, then change takes place drastically towards richness. Now, our Prime Minister have contributed on behalf of the all during COP26 held in November 2021 in Glasgow. Panchamrit, the 5 commitments of India, and they are to raise the non-fossil fuel energy capacity of India to 500 gigawatt by 2030. By this time, we have achieved 173 gigawatt, and it is on track. We will be achieving 500 gigawatt by 2030. By 2030, 50% of the country's energy requirement would be met using renewable energy sources. Now, this is a point. Right now, it is plus 12%. It is to multiply by 4 to achieve this target, and there are likelihood that we will achieve it. India will reduce the total carbon emission by 1 billion ton between now and the year 2030. Things are much better than what are committed here. The carbon intensity of the economy would be reduced to less than 45% by 2030. It is also perfectly on track. In fact, we are doing better than what is commitment here, which is reflected by outcome of CCPI, that is Climate Change Performance Index 2023. India would become carbon neutral by the year 2070 and achieve net zero emissions. Going further with these commitments and addressing another critical issue, that is water. So global scenario, if we look into 50% of the water in high income countries, that means USA plus European nations, we can say at large, including Japan and all, 50% water is consumed in industries, whereas 22% is used in domestic purposes and 28% is used in agricultural applications. Whereas middle and low income countries, where in India we are one among, 76% is the overall consumption in agriculture, followed by 14% in domestic and 10% in industries. We will look into specific our figures as well. So India experiences an average precipitation of 1170 millimeters, that is 46 inches per year, 4,000 cubic kilometers of rain annually in terms of volumes. 1720 cubic meter of fresh water per person is available every year. India accounts for 18% of the world population and about only 4% of the world water resources. So that means we are under water stress situation with this global scenario, making it among the most water stressed in the world. Going further, a large number of Indians faces high to extreme water stress according to the recent Niti Aayog report. Further, waterborne diseases are common due to bacterial contamination in public supply systems. With this background, looking into the concerns relating water, India is one of severely drought impacted country. nearly 2/3 of the country suffered drought during 2020-2022, these 2 years put together. The effect of severe drought reduced India's GDP by 2.5%. This is average for last 5 years. Now, 54% of our overall terrestrial land is facing water shortages, which is indicated on left side by the orange and dark color, red color, extreme to high extreme water stress. Looking into the overall water usage in our country, if we look into irrigation, it is 85.3%, whereas global average is 76. Domestic is 6.6%. Energy is using only 0.3%. Industry is using only 1.3%. And all other applications, they are using 6.5%. So this is the water scenario as per NITI Aayog. Now, this is one of the snapshot from Kashmir, a dried up paddy field in Anantnag. So situation in hilly areas, what we say, heaven on the earth, Kashmir itself is now what it used to be in history. Paddy field in Jabalipura in the Kashmir Valley, wherein maize was sown due to drought, and that also could not survive. Further, we look into in 1951, with population of 36.1 crore, per capita water availability yearly was 5177 meter cube per year, which has already reduced to less than 1,500. It is expected to go to 1341 in 2025, which will further reduce to 1140 in the year 2050. So we are having very serious situation for water. These are all trends and projections till the year 2050. So I am not looking into that. Situation is very serious, and following me, further deliberations will take place here. The concern is reflected by this slide. We see here, water is now priced. These are the water prices of industrial water in Gujarat. If we talk year 2022 to 23, concluding year, overall pricing was 51.46 rupees per meter cube. 51.46 rupees per meter cube. Now it is increasing year after year, and it will be crossing 110 rupees, means more than double by the year 2029-30. So water availability and quantity, both are a matter of concern. As a result, lot of processing and treatments are required, thereby pricing is shooting up. Now, these are all points I am sure will be taken up by follow-up speakers. Coming to food, this is a global scenario. And global scenario, if we look into, fruits and vegetables contribute 23%. Cereals and preparations of cereals are contributing put together 14%. Fishes 11%. Meat and meat preparations 11%. Beverages 8%. Fats and oils 6%. Dairy products including eggs 6%. Sugar and honey put together 5%, and put together remaining all 16%. So this is the global food basket. And if we look into our own history, 1950, our production was 50.8 million tons. And we were importing about 5 million tons was the import. That means 10% of our requirement we imported, with population of 36 crores. Now we know we are the most populous country globally with 145 crores of population, and we are surplus in food. On the right side is the trend, how production have increased, and we are in fact exporting many variety globally. Population growth is by 4 times during this period, whereas our food production have increased by more than 6 times. As a result, we are mostly surplus, except at times edible oil we are importing, else we are meeting our own requirement. Food grain demand in our country is expected to be 355 million tons by the year 2030, and we are on very well placed to meet this requirement. Now, these are the top 10 countries in terms of million tons of food wastages, and we rank after China number 2. So the top 10 food wasters are China, India, USA, Japan, Germany, France, UK, Russia, Spain, and Australia. You see, all developed or developing countries. So we need to think on this point from sustainability point of view and take requisite actions. As Professor Ashutosh Kumar has shared, he took 2 initiatives, and I appreciate and applaud his efforts. Now,
Thank you, sir.
This is once again food grain production. So various category wise, rice production is 130.84 million tons, followed by wheat 113, followed by the coarse cereals 52.73, maize, and so on. So there are different varieties adequately available, and government have taken up initiative. Year 2023, we are already celebrating as International Year of Millets. India is the most millet producing country and second most exporting country, and our efforts are contributing very warmly. There are more than 100 startups which has come in the field of millets in a period of less than a year. So out of 100, more than 100, about 66 startups are directly funded by Ministry of Agriculture. So a lot of things are happening and fantastic things are on anvil. Time is very challenging, but we have the advantage of having the highest population as well as the youngest population with commitment to bring a change. So these 17 sustainable development goals are aimed at globally leaving no one behind. And countries are also being ranked on these goals and all. Our performance, we need to do a lot. Now, Climate Change Performance Index 2023. India have already ranked at rank 8. Top 3 rank are blank because nobody is on track to achieve in performance trend requirement for 1.5 degrees centigrade. So being at number 8 rank, we are among top 5. And 4 countries ahead of us, if we add up their geographical area or population, they are less than our state of Madhya Pradesh. So that means as a country, among major countries, we are the best performer in Climate Change Performance Index latest ranking. And it is not only for the first time. If we see our ranking since year 2014 onwards, it has consistently improved. We have become 8th for year 2023. Before than that, we were 10, 9, 11, 14, 20, 25, and 31. That means our improvement is from 31 to 8. And I am sure I have analyzed this aspect deeply. Next year, we are going to be number 4. And next to that, number 3. So we will become top 3 performers. Now, we are talking about the climate change and the energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, overall national economies, these are the top 5, France, UK, Germany, Netherlands, and Italy. The next 5 are Spain, Japan, Taiwan, China, USA, and South USA. So these top 10. Now, South Korea, Poland, Canada, Mexico, Turkey, and India. These are 11 to 16, followed by Indonesia, Australia, Brazil, and Egypt. So these are top 20 energy efficient economies, wherein we are ranking 16th, a long way to improve and perform. Likewise, sustainability index, here 26 countries are ranked for first time. Out of that, our rank is again with a score of 27.73. That means from bottom, second band we are, and among these ranked 26 countries, we are again here 16th. If we look into ESG, which is another very international ranking criteria, these are the latest ranking available. We are ranking 56th among 65 countries. So long way to go. I'm sure following our speakers, they are going to take up these topics further deep and details. Now, the great man ever we have is calling all of us to arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is achieved. And what is the goal? Goal is the program topic. Startups, they are contributing this dream come true, and a lot of things are happening positively. So these are the basically top cities and top sectors wherein startups are contributing greatly. And I am very happy to see that the topics or the theme, they all are covered and being addressed by startups. So NCR region, your area is also doing very well. These are all young entrepreneurs of our country who are making not visibility positive, but vibrant as well. And age is no criteria. And the youngest, as young as 6 years in age, have created a record. Sri Lakshmi, she is from Kozhikode, Kerala, and have done wonder. So because of time limitation, I am just quickly going away. We have a wave of change ahead of us, and needed together we are to contribute our best and ride the wave and make India a proud destination. So if there are questions right now, I welcome you all. Else we can have at last as well. So your choice.
Dr. Harshita, are you there? Harshita, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking talk on ecosystem, climate change, sustainability, energy. Your expertise and passion for these crucial topics were clearly evident through your presentation, sir, and your insights into the ranking system and the significance of energy, food, and water in achieving sustainability were both very informative and inspiring. Thank you, sir, and your presence as the chair has truly elevated the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you from my side also, sir, for accepting this invitation.
Thank you. Why not?
And I have some questions, but I will ask you in last because the session is running a bit late.
Perfectly.
So catch you later.
Right. So I am just moving on further, and I'm sure we are already joined by Mr. Anurit Kanti. Yes, please.
Hello. Yep, I'm here.
Right. Fine. So I am very happy to have you, and have you with expectation of that you are going to delight us all widely and deeply. And the topic what you are going to address is equally very full of expectations, assessment and a roadmap for the prioritization of future sustainability target for water, energy, food, and can't happen without management. I welcome you, Mr. Anurit Kante. Let me brief you a bit to all the participants. Anurit is currently a senior consultant addressing he is a sustainability specialist at Capgemini. I am audible, na?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Okay. Capgemini consulting arm, where he consults companies in Europe and India on their sustainability and decarbonization agenda. Let me share with you, Mr. Anurit. My son-in-law is with Capgemini at London.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
And he is number 3 in London in Capgemini.
World is
great.
very small.
Yeah.
Great. Wow.
So to make them climate positive through various sustainability measures like renewable energy integration, circular economy initiatives, ESG reporting, and so on. So I am sure Mr. Anurit is going to delight us. He has a very deep, wide, and thorough knowledge, national and global scenarios, and he is going to add immense values. It will take me a lot of time if I read out overall and introduce Mr. Kanti. I think not less than 20 minutes. So pardon me for that. And I request Mr. Anurit Kanti to take over.
Thank you so much.
Sir, before that, we would like to felicitate Sir with the virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude. Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan from Amity University is presenting the virtual sapling to Sir. So please accept it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me just present my screen.
Yeah, please, welcome.
Can you see my screen with the presentation?
Yeah, it has come up.
Okay, great. So thank you, Mr. Sushil. That was an amazing presentation and a lot of things to think about and so on. And the thing is, the topic as it is assessment and roadmap for the prioritization of future sustainability targets for water, energy, food, and management. I have actually focused just on water, energy, and food, even though, as Mr. Sushil rightly said, management is very important. In fact, earlier I thought that it was supposed to be waste management, where waste was missed out, but then I realized I should just, because of the confusion, I just focus on water, energy, and food for the purpose of my presentation. So without further ado, I'll just begin.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I'll just give a brief context of how sustainability is approached in the Indian context. And one thing about I've always felt is that sustainability in India is as much as a social issue as much as it is an environmental issue. Of course, there are environmental priorities in terms of emission reduction and afforestation and so on, and biodiversity conservation. But it's as much of a social issue because there are lots of issues related to poverty alleviation, hunger reduction, improving health metrics, improving gender equality, all of which are under the field of sustainability, even though people normally think of sustainability as an environmental issue. And India has something called a development versus conservation dilemma, where you need to sort of have development, you need to have growth and development, and which inevitably implies that people's standard of living has to be raised, which will increase emissions. But at the same time, you need to preserve the environment and reduce emissions and conserve, protect the environment and so on. So there is a dilemma for India because you have people who are poor and who need to sort of raise the standard of living. At the same time, you need to reduce emissions. So there is dilemma India has to deal with. And there's a very interesting concept by this economist and environmental economist called Kate Raworth called donut economics, which I think I really liked the way she's presented it, where she talks about that there are these 9 planetary thresholds, which you can see on top of this diagram next to it, which are these 9, there was a concept introduced by someone called Johann Rockstrom, which was about these 9 planetary thresholds which we should not cross, and we've already crossed many of them. But at the same time, we need to have these 11 social foundation areas which we need to raise for the people, and that's when you sort of live in this safe and just space for humanity. So you need to live in that donut area where you do not cross the planetary thresholds. At the same time, you raise the social foundation of people. And as I was saying earlier, even when you look at water, energy, and food, and of course, water has elements of the environment and so on. Energy, of course, there's renewable energy share and so on. And food also, there is environmental stuff like sustainable agriculture, especially on the production side. But there as much as a human issue, you know, water, you have people who need access to drinking water and sanitation services. Food, you need to, obviously, there's zero hunger, SDG 2, you need to ensure there's zero hunger. And also for energy, it's also about access to electricity, access for people in India to have access to clean cooking fuels and clean technology, clean cooking technology and so on. So that's a brief of sustainability and how I look upon in the Indian context. And a lot of things will come up again, even these 3 SDGs, which I'm focusing on for water, energy, and food, will come up again. So just a brief, even though Mr. Sushil sort of gave a very in-depth details about this, I will just touch upon some things briefly. And some of this data is not the latest data, but it's just to sort of provoke your thought process in terms of thinking about these topics. So clean water access in 2020, around 10% of the population still did not have access to basic drinking water services, and 30% of the population in 2020 did not have access to basic sanitation services. Energy also, we're doing very good in terms of energy access. We're above 95% right now. There are claims of 100% energy and electricity access, but there's still an issue of reliability when it comes to electricity access. Renewable energy production, as Mr. Sushil said, we're doing amazingly well. We are at 40% of installed capacity, and our target is 50% for 2030. So we are going to meet our target well before 2030. So we're doing well in terms of renewable. But yeah, obviously over. Am I?
Some interruptions appears to be there. Maybe some network issue.
Okay. I will just continue now. I think it should be. I think it should be stable now. But yeah, there's also something when it comes to water, energy, and food. There's something called the water, energy, and food nexus, which implies that every issue of water or energy or food is interdependent. There's a lot of interconnectedness when it comes to dealing with issues of water, energy, or food. And as you can see in the diagram next to this, when you address issues of energy, you indirectly impact issues of water and food, especially when it comes to land use and food production. Water impacts energy and food, and everything is very interconnected. So when you are making policies or any roadmap when it comes to sustainability, you need to recognize that the interconnectivity of water, energy, and food, what we call the WEF nexus, which is water, energy, food nexus, which is at the heart of sustainable economic, environmental, and social development. So this is just a brief of why you need to recognize the interconnectedness of water, energy, and food nexus when you're addressing issues of sustainability and targets related to these three aspects. So just a brief on what the sort of assessment methodology I have used in order to sort of look at the roadmap prioritization and so on. So first I looked at like gathering sources for evaluation. I've actually looked at just one report, which is still has outdated information for 2019 and 2020. I looked at what are the current status of these available metrics in terms of water, energy, and food. And I focused on 3 SDGs, which is SDG 2, SDG 6, and SDG 7 on water, energy, and food. And I assessed the gaps with respect to it says 2022 status, but it should be 2020 and 2019 status, and sort of looked at like based on the target for 2030, where we have to be, what is the gap currently from what is the information which I gathered from the report of 2020 and 2019. Then looked at what is the rate of progress required in order to achieve the target for 2030. I basically looked at the gap percentage and divided it by the number of years from the last available data, and sort of calculated the progress rate. And I also identified existing roadmaps and programs for dealing with these targets by the government, and sort of repeated the same process for the other targets as well. So I'll just spend some time on this slide. As you can see, I have looked at the year 2019 and 2020 when I have considered certain targets for food, water, and energy. So when you look at food, and the prevalence, which is SDG 2, one of the targets is prevalence of undernourishment should be 0. So current and to 2019, the status that year for India was 15.3, and in 2030, obviously we need to reach at 0. Gap is 15.3%. So from 2019 to 2030, there should be a 1.39% reduction in terms of prevalence of undernourishment going forward. And there is a program by the government, which is Mission Poshan Abhiyan, which is directly dealing with malnutrition. So there is a roadmap existing in terms of dealing with undernourishment. When it comes to water, I looked at 2 things. One is the SDG 6, which is access to basic drinking water services and using basic sanitation services. For drinking water services, we have 90.5 already in 2020, which were population using it. And for sanitation, it was 71.3. So when you look at the gap from the 2030 aspirational status of 100%, you need to have a 0.95 increase in population for using basic drinking water services, and 2.87% in terms of population using basic sanitation services increase per year. We obviously have the Jal Jeevan mission for drinking water, and we have the Swachh Bharat mission for sanitation services. So these roadmaps do exist. For electricity, I took a look at that 3 indicators. Access to electricity, we're doing very well. In 2019, it was 97.8. So I'm sure we must have achieved 100% by now already. But even if you look at 2019 data, we just need a 0.2% progress rate per year in terms of population access to electricity to reach our goal. And we have, one second. We have the Saubhagya scheme which deals with that. And when it comes to clean cooking fuels and all, again, we just need a 3.2% increase per year based on 2019 data. We have the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana for that. And clean cooking is actually very important because even though it is about the environment and sustainability, there is a fact that women in the rural areas actually suffer a lot from pollution because of using unclean cooking fuels. So when you have population given access to clean cooking fuels and technology, it is actually affecting gender equality and health as well, because women suffer from indoor pollution and so on. So this has multiple sort of benefits when you address it. And when you look at share of renewable energy in total energy supply, in 2019, it was 23.1. Today, it's 40%. So this progress rate annually is way lesser than what is on the screen right now. We are going to achieve it in 10 years, way before that. Our target, which Prime Minister Modi announced at COP26 and COP27, about 50% by 2030. We're surely going to achieve that. And various MNRE programs are addressed at that. So what you sort of see in this slide is that overall there is a very positive indication of where we are. One second. Yeah, overall, there is a very positive indication of where we are headed, especially considering that some of the information I've shown on this slide is outdated year-wise. So we are in a good space of where we are going. And while there are only 7 years left for 2030, which is the year for UN SDGs, I feel like there should be an Indian version of the global stocktake. Global stocktake is something which is happening at COP28 this year, where we are considering where we have reached in terms of the Paris Agreement. So if you have an Indian version of the global stocktake, where we sort of just look at where we are in terms of the SDGs and so on for India, it would be good, especially for the various targets around food, water, and energy. So this is just a brief assessment I did of the different targets for sustainability of food, energy, and water. Moving on. One second. Yeah, so now I'll talk about the prioritization of these sustainability targets and talking about the roadmap and recommendations for prioritization of these sustainability targets for food, water, and energy. So the sort of the process and criteria which are used to select these areas and targets, we already had areas identified as food, energy, and water. And I looked at the priority targets within these areas, which you can see on the table on the right-hand side, is basically the areas under each of these targets, which I feel have the largest and the most meaningful impact within these defined areas of food, water, and energy. And the thing is, we also have to consider that the potential impact of these identified priority targets, other than share of renewable energy, is all very people-centric, which is when you look at food and water, especially, and the other 2 targets of energy, which is integral for India because India otherwise has a very low social foundation compared to many countries. If you look at a lot of these World Economic Forum reports about gender equality, or even things like health and education, even though we are doing well, we have made a lot of progress, we still have some human development index indicators which need to be worked upon. So yes, while we are looking at environment and so on, we need to keep people at the center of any sustainability strategy. And other considerations for areas which should be considered when you talk about sustainability targets should be gender, health, education, biodiversity from the environmental angle, and so on. So yeah, as I've said, these are the 3 areas and the 5 targets under these 3 areas which have identified because of where India is, the context of India, how I think of
I think again internet issue.
it's about economic.
Yeah, please carry on.
Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, we need a more holistic approach. We need a more holistic approach with adequate consideration towards Now I have sort of devised a 10-step roadmap for looking at these sustainability targets. And I will sort of just go by each step one by one. So one of the first steps for actually making any roadmap for sustainability targets is where, like, in terms of the current status of food, energy, and water resources in India, analyze existing policies, analyze infrastructure, consumption patterns, and environmental impacts for identifying the key challenges and opportunities. Second step is obviously defining the objectives, clearly defining the sustainability objectives, considering what India's specific needs and priorities are. And these objectives can be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving water use efficiency, food security, renewable energy, and so on, and also aligning them with global sustainability goals as a benchmark, such as the SDGs. Third point, very important, for any sustainability issue, we need a multi-stakeholder approach. We need to engage relevant stakeholders, governments, NGOs, private sectors, local communities, academia, collaborations to gain insight and identify potential solutions and data and so on. And this involvement will actually help support and build a more holistic approach towards sustainability, because sustainability requires a multi-stakeholder approach. Fourth step, you create a prioritization framework. You sort of prioritize these targets. You look at which targets are the most urgent in terms of achieving, what is the potential impact of addressing those targets, feasibility. Some of the targets may be cost effective, some of them may be expensive to achieve, so you consider those when you're looking at what to prioritize. And you also look at the national development priorities when you're sort of looking at creating this prioritization frameworks, and you assign weights to all of them. And the fifth step is obviously, as I said, you need a integrated approach. As I mentioned, the water, food, and energy nexus. You need to recognize the interconnections of different targets between food, energy, and water. So this integrated approach will actually help consider taking the synergies and trade-offs among these sectors. And for example, renewable energy promotion can actually, while it's also reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it can also address water scarcity issues, because you need electricity to sort of extract water in many cases and so on. So we need to look at it in an integrated approach sort of way, recognizing the interconnectedness of the food, energy, water nexus. Then, the sixth step is looking at policy and regulatory reforms. There might be existing regulations and policies which are hindering sustainability reports. So you need to ensure that you reform the existing ones and you incentivize sustainable practices, whether it's promoting renewable energy, efficient water management, sustainable agriculture, reducing food waste, and so on. So you look at policies and regulations, and you reform the ones which are hindering efforts, and you introduce new ones in that case. Obviously, the seventh one is you need to look at technology for sure. You need to see which innovative technologies are there for enhancing sustainability target achievement in food, energy, and water. For the food thing, we have precision agriculture techniques when it comes to food production, decentralized renewable energy solutions like solar rooftops, water recycling and conservation technologies, efficient supply chain management systems when it comes to distribution of food in an equitable way in the population, and so on. So these are innovative technology and solutions which can help towards achieving these future sustainability targets. And that's the seventh step in the roadmap. Eighth step, again, very important, capacity building to enhance knowledge for those stakeholders across the spectrum for achieving these targets. For example, you need to train farmers in sustainable agricultural techniques, provide technical assistance to industries for adopting cleaner technologies, and of course, educating communities in general for sustainability, whether it's water management, energy conservation, and so on. So capacity building is the eighth important step. Ninth is you obviously need to monitor where we are going. We need to have robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to track progress towards these sustainability targets. You identify what are your key performance indicators. As I identified earlier, I had chosen 5 key performance indicators based on the SDGs. So you regularly assess the impact of these interventions after you choose a key performance indicators, and you adjust your strategy based on what the outcome is. And finally, the 10th one, which is fostering collaborations and partnerships, very important in terms of actually, when you look at SDG 17, which is partnership for the goals, you cannot have any department or any entity working in silos when it comes to sustainability. So you need to have international organizations, finance institutions, research institutions, other countries which have expertise in sustainability coming together, sharing best practices, learning from experiences, and exploring opportunities for joint initiatives and knowledge exchange. So yeah, you need to have collaborations and partnerships as a 10th step in this roadmap for achieving future sustainability targets, whether it's for water, energy, or food. Finally, some of the policy recommendations I would like to briefly get into. I know there is paucity of time, so I won't get into details of it. But yeah, you need to have policies which recognize the integrated water, energy, food nexus, a comprehensive policy framework which recognizes the interdependency between water, energy, and food, and have integrated planning and decision-making processes which optimize resource use and minimize trade-offs. And you need to ensure that this approach aligns with existing missions, whether it's the National Water Mission or the India's mission on sustainable agriculture. Benefits can be obviously enhanced resource efficiency, reducing water and energy footprints. You improve food security and you increase resilience to climate change as well when you address it in an integrated manner. Some challenges would be obviously coordinating policies across different sectors and different units in the government. You need to manage conflicts between competing water, energy, and food demand, and obviously ensure effective implementation at the local level or from like a bottom-up approach instead of just having a high-level implementation. Renewable energy, don't want to get into it much. We're already doing very well, but yeah, policies which accelerate adoption of renewable energy, ambitious targets have already been set. You need to facilitate investment in renewable energy projects through effective climate financing. We already have great missions in India which align with these policies which can be implemented. Benefits, as we all know, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, energy security, decreased greenhouse gas emissions, and obviously increasing job opportunities in the renewable energy sector. Because in India, we just need to not ensure that there is an energy transition. We need to ensure that there is a just energy transition, that people who are disadvantaged are actually reaping the benefits of the energy transition. Obviously, there are some challenges when it comes to renewable energy policy. We need to balance the intermittent nature of renewable energy sources because the sun doesn't shine all day, neither does the wind blow all day. So you need to have battery energy solutions which sort of deal with this intermittency issue and ensure grid integration and stability through battery energy solutions, and obviously addressing any financing barriers for renewable energy projects. Sustainable agriculture, again, doing pretty well, especially in the budget this year. Lots of budgetary allocations towards adoption of sustainable agricultural practices like organic farming, precision agriculture, agroecology. We will provide incentives and technical support and capacity building for farmers for many things, whether it's land management sustainably or irrigation techniques or reducing the use of chemical fertilizers and inputs. And we have India's mission on sustainable agriculture, which again aligns with these policies recommendations. Some of the benefits would be obviously, we all know this, reduced water pollution, better soil health and fertility, farmer incomes, very important for India, and improving food safety and nutrition. But yeah, there are still challenges like for knowledge among farmers, access to these sustainable inputs, and scaling up a lot of these sustainable practices. And even the economic viability of sustainable agriculture is very debatable. Now, I will sort of skip the circular economy and waste management part because that's not in the purview. But for water management, we need to implement policies which have efficient water use across sectors, from agriculture to industry to domestic sectors in terms of water use, encourage water recycling through policy, rainwater harvesting techniques, promote water efficient technologies, and also establish water pricing mechanisms that incentivize conservation. And we have national water policies and the National Mission for Ganga, which aligns with good water management policies which may come up. Again, benefits we all know: better water quality, reduced scarcity, improve more availability for domestic and industrial use, and obviously more resilience will be built through better water management. But yeah, balancing water demand and addressing infrastructure gaps for water management can be an issue. Ensuring equitable access to water resources and addressing a lot of behavioral and cultural barriers for water conservation may be an issue. We also need to obviously ensure that these recommendations sort of align with the different missions of the government when you have any policy implementation, because you can't have policies working in silos. It's better if it's in synergy with different policies already in place. leveraging institutional mechanism, expertise, and resources for effective implementation. Obviously, challenges will exist in terms of policy coordination between different ministries and agencies, investment of finances, effective governance, and monitoring mechanisms, and addressing public awareness. But yes, addressing these challenges, especially in terms of policy for making the roadmap for future sustainability targets, requires commitment, requires stakeholder engagement, and a multi-stakeholder approach overall when you are giving these policy recommendations. So I'm just going to be on my final slide now, which are my closing thoughts on this topic. As I said earlier, people should be at the heart of any climate or sustainability strategy in India. It cannot be done without considering people. You need to build the climate resiliency of people. A large population of India have to face the highest climate risks, especially the disadvantaged women and children. You need to keep people at the heart when you're making any sustainability strategy or roadmap to address climate action. We also need to reevaluate how we look at these economic concepts like growth and consumption. I was an economics student in my bachelor, so we learned that GDP increases when you have more consumption and so on. But these economic concepts are sort of outdated in terms of they don't consider the environment. So when you have unfettered growth and rapid consumption, the environment gets degraded, and we want to avoid the tragedy of the commons, which is a concept the economists in the audience will be aware of, which is a concept by Hardin. And the commons in this case is our planet Earth or the ecosystem of India. So we need to look at how we look at growth and consumption and these economic concepts and integrate environmental thinking into them. As I said already, we need a multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach when you are approaching any issue of sustainability. I'll come to the searchers approach after that, but yeah, no department or unit in India can work in silos when we're making a roadmap or devising policy recommendations or implementing programs. We need everyone together to coordinate and work together like SDG 17 on a partnership for the goals. Now, searchers approach. Searchers approach is an approach which is actually an approach coined in terms of addressing foreign aid, but I'm using it here, which is basically we need for any policy or any roadmap, we need to leverage a bottom-up approach where we take contextual, locality, and region-specific indigenous knowledge instead of just isomorphic mimicry, or instead of just copy pasting or isomorphic mimicry of best practices and best policies and best programs in other regions, because this is very highly sustainable. You cannot, something working in one country may not work in the other countries. You need to build from the bottom instead of just copy pasting what has worked in other countries and other regions. And finally, my last thing before I close is the sustainability motto. There's this book called The Limits to Growth by Donella Meadows. And she quoted this naturalist called John Muir, where he said that the motto should not be blind opposition to progress, because that's what a lot of people think of sustainability and environmental conservation, that whatever progress and development is happening, you need to just oppose that. It should be actually be opposition to blind progress. So that's where I would want to just leave you all with. And when we are looking at targets related to energy, food, water, and managing these targets and so on. So yeah, thank you again to everyone. And thank you, Mr. Sushil and the Amity team, Dr. Ashutosh, Dr. Harshita, Dr. Renu, for inviting me here. And yeah, I yield the floor back to Mr. Sushil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anurit Kanti. In fact, you have added a wealth of knowledge and very deeply enriched we all as participants. There are a lot of learnings what you have shared. We are grateful for you, for your contribution, and definitely we will like to see you once again shortly. Thank you. Thank you once again.
So, thank you, sir.
Now we will be inviting the next speaker, and next speaker is Miss Aditi Sinha. She will be addressing water vision, a strategic framework for future water sustainability. Aditi is an accomplished energy engineer with a strong background in sustainability and climate action, with a strong desire to conserve our planet for our future generations. She is working in the field of sustainability. She is an associate engineer at Smart Joules, working on energy efficiency and sustainability practices. She has successfully implemented strategies to optimize energy operations and mitigate risk of any failure of energy conservation measures implemented in building and industrial savings, problems and capacity building of site people with having a keen eye for details, ensuring efficient and sustainable solutions. Ms. Aditi Sinha, you are welcome. Kindly take over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And ma'am, we would like to felicitate you with the virtual Tulsi sapling. And Dr. Juhi Gupta from AIES is presenting the virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditi.
So, the presentation is visible?
Yeah, perfectly. It is. Make it full screen and go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, now it's full screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, thank you for joining me today. We drive for the topic of water vision, a strategic framework for the future water sustainability.
Aditi, you
So,
can make a full
today-
screen. That will be comfortable for participants to see details.
Okay. So, I have made it already. Is it visible now?
No, it has not moved. I think.
Screen?
Is it free? You just change the slide. Let me see.
Okay.
I am saying make it full screen. You are in.
Yeah, I am present. I am showing in a presentation mode only.
Okay, then some
Ma'am,
issue.
you may unshare and then share your screen
Okay.
again.
Okay. Fine. Is it visible or now full screen?
No, it is visible, but it is not full screen. You do one thing. You go in the bottom bar.
Yeah, I am doing that only, the presentation slide. So,
She is clicking, I can see, but I don't know why it's not working.
Not working, huh? Okay, you go ahead.
Anyway, without delaying the time, please go ahead. Or you can just zoom in a bit.
okay. Okay, so I will start now. I don't know why it is. Sorry for that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so today we will take you through the comprehensive journey that explores the essential aspects of the sustainability in water management and the critical roles of assessment and prioritizing in shaping the water future. And in the start of the session, only Sushil sir has already briefed us what is the situation in the aspects of water, energy, and food, all of them. So we'll be focusing on the water aspects only. So I have been working in Smart Joules. So they are basically working. So we are basically working for the mitigation of the carbon emission. So we have the target of to mitigate 29 million tons of carbon before 2030. So we retrofit and all these things are being done. So we are contributing towards the climate. So we can have a clean climate for our future generation. Now, moving forwards, we have the introduction. So basically, I was going through the newsletters yesterday, so I got to know about the New York wildfire that happened. So eventually, this is the what we are looking for, the climate crisis that we are we are in the situation of the critical global issue. Uh, as in respect to the economy, also in respect to the biodiversity and the continuous change in the climates, the temperature changes, the water depletion, and everything. So, in the formation to know how to mitigate this water, because it is continuously reducing. So in this I live in Delhi, and the nearby river is Yamuna. So when the COVID strikes, so what happened was, we all as a human, we were in the rooms, and we were in a choking kind of situation. We can't go outside, we can't breathe a lot. But that was the time where the nature was breathing actually. So this is the figure where the Yamuna before the COVID situation, and during the COVID, what happened to Yamuna? It cleaned itself by natural process only. So there is a small. I was near Ganga River in Kolkata, so I saw the dolphin, which I used to saw when I was like 5 or 6 year olds. Then I saw the dolphin in Ganga, and then after that I saw that in 2020 only. So that is the real, like we can see that what happened to the nature and how it start breathing itself. So we have to be very conscious about the climate condition that we are currently doing with it, and we should know that 2.2 billions of the people of world is now have doesn't have the access of the safe drinking water, and only 4.2 billion of people faces water scarcity at least 1 month per year. So this is the situation, and no one's people care about seeing the pictures when they saw pictures in front of their mobile phone or in laptop, but after some time they forget about it. Once it happens to themselves, they do care about the thing, though, okay, I was in that situation or I saw someone in that situation, so I have to save the water for future. So that is what humanity is there, but it is I will not say that there is no humanity, but we need to be more conscious about the situation that is in front of us. And so this is the water, the oceans that full of plastic and all the things is there. So we need to know and help each other and start doing saving water, and small changes can make a big effect on that. It's like one drop of water can save everything. Like one drop makes that whole bucket full of water. So that is what. So moving forward, I would like to have the first objective, that is the assessment of the framework of the privatization. So in the when I go for the industry, major chunk of the water is going, if I see the industries, is going to the industries, and many of the objects that we are continuously in the progress, because India is a developing country. We need more requirement, we need more objects, or our requirement is increasing day by day. So there is a use of lot of water. So we need to be like, we need to focus on the triple R, so that we can reuse, recycle, and we should retrofit the system so that we can preserve the water. So in that, many of the things help us in that having the quantification of the water that we are using, whether it is required that much of water at that point of time or not. So quantifying it and analyzing it on that basis, so that we can in future we can save that water and use it for the future productions also. So it makes like water scarcity, quality of the water, and the ecosystem health. There are a lot of fishes that is there, and continuously there are many of the fishes that is being extinct in the in the in now in the future also. And now we will see, we are seeing that many of the fishes are not available in the fresh waters also. So that is there. So indicators we have to see, that I will just go in the next slide. So indicators that we have to see is the water scarcity, water quality that we are using, and the society in equality, then economical viability, economic ecosystem health, and climate change. So in this water scarcity, there is a reason there are a lot of resources of water is available, as sir have told about that Jammu Kashmir, the lake dried up for that. So, for that matter, then we saw that the condition of the Yamuna and the rivers that we are using, we are polluting it, and because of we can't discard the water. So if you are discarding the water in the river, or either we can use to reuse it, recycle it, and reuse it in the matter, so that it goes a little bit, a good quality of water goes in the rivers, and that can be like the biodiversity of the river can be preserved. So the quality, we should focus on the chemical and the biological aspects of the water. So we should evaluate the pollutants that we do in the water audit specially, and also while researching for the water resources for the new sites. So we go for the parameter of what is the polluted in the underground water, what is the suitability of the water in the various areas, so that if we are giving that population is living in that area, whether that water resources is sufficient to feed that population or not. So then we go on with the social equality, so distribution of all resources of water in a fair manner, so that everyone can use it. Like there are many pictures on the online for the Africa, their babies are suffering, for the food scarcity is also there, and the water scarcity is also there. So for that future generation, they have they done anything, like they are very small children, have they done anything so that they should drink that kind of water there? So there should be a fair distribution of that water resources, and we need to, everyone have to contribute in that. So next we have the evaluate the economical efficiency, and so that the sustainability of the water management practices, the new policies can be made, so that there can be like the area where they have a lot of water, they just open the tap. Like this is as a small example, they go for the work and then they come back. So a little waste is there, but that waste need to be avoided for that matter. Using the fixtures in the kitchen, in your home only, you can do that. Fixtures can be used like that, so that it we use the less water in that, we don't waste the water in that. Then the ecosystem health, that access and the condition and the of the ecosystem, so that the human activity that we are doing, the industrial water that is going to the river, does not pollute the river at that point of time, because in that sense, so that water is, now we are seeing that it is a fresh water, and all of a sudden when there is industrial area, we see the river water as a black. So that should be kept in mind. And next is climate. This is all related to the climate change. So we need to be focused on the, if 1 degree of increase, like for example, right now we have the excess of energy, we have our power at the home, so we just switch it on the ACs, and we are in a safe condition. Okay, we don't need it. So for the so we have to think about the people who doesn't have that economical background to afford that. So if the climate, if the temperature is at a lower side, so they will be also in the comfort zone, so that they can work also. So if the health is there, then only they can work. So for the people to uh, work and have their daily food, and also, so they need to work for that. And the climate condition should be better for them also to be on this. So next, there are the critical roles that we are, the availability of the water, what is the water quality index, the stress index in that particular area where we are doing an audits, or in measuring the area. Like for example, if we are considering a city, setting up the planned city, and how to, so we have to check for the availability index and access of the clean water for the residents, and the what are the waste treatment, so that we can use it the water. There are this waste treatment policies and the treatment plants, so that we can go ahead with that. So we have to provide a quantitative and qualitative data to access the current state, and so that we can improve in over time on that aspects. So that is there, and the stakeholder engagement is also necessary. So I think sir has already gone through the practices that we need to do, how the stakeholders are involved in the what are their viewpoints, that one who is the expert can give the best knowledge according to that. And we need to see the what is the range of the issue and the current range of the concern that we have, and then we need to accept that how we can ensure the sustainability of the water in that community. And the stakeholders are the key contributor who give their expertise and to manage the resources well, and we can go forward and have that coordination, action and accountability uh, for that flow of the water, or the resource management kind of thing. So stakeholders gives a very straightforward, they have the straightforward engagement in the protecting the water and conserving the water for next generation. So the key thing is with collecting the data and monitoring, continuous monitoring of the data from the data. So where the water is going, and we should collaborate with the research institute, and there are various NGOs are there, local communities are there, so that we can gather the accurate data of and then the methodology should be straightforward, and it should be robust to collect the data and the key indicators and the criterias we need to follow in that. So we need to ensure the consistency is there, and we need to have the standard form of data collection method, so that we can further go to the next step of monitoring and evaluating, so that and we move forward for the quality of the water, and then reporting according to the requirement, and supply chain should be in that matter, so that the data collection and analysis plays a key roles to give that reporting and that communication to the entire uh, community and the entire system to go through that. And next is this is about the prioritizing the process, how we should refine it, and how should we should go for the to the implementation and the monitoring of the water resources that we are using. So this is the same kind of now shifting to the roadmap of future sustainability target. So where we will be here, the vital role of the I have already told that the vital role of the stakeholder is necessary to analyze, to give the proper input for sustainability of the water. So we explore the roadmap for the future sustainability targets. So the strategic framework provides us with a clear vision and the goals, and we need to have a prioritized area for the intervention. So by developing a well defined strategies and actions, and establishing in the timeline and the milestone and allocation of the necessary resources, we can effectively steer and our effort towards achieving the desired outcome of the sustainability water management will be very evident, and we will be in a good good space to say that we are doing a lot to have a sustainability in water. uh, then in the conclusion, it is I would say that it becomes very evident that successful of implementation of the stakeholder engagement are crucial for the journey of the sustainability of the water. So we have discussed the executing action plan, fostering collaboration, capacity building that is also necessary, and effective communication should also be there, so that the data are to be correct, the key points to think on should be correct, and a continuous evaluation of that are necessary element for realizing our sustainability target. So that's it for today's. I think I have completed on time. So if there is any questions, you may ask, or we can have this at the end of the session.
Any questions, please? Aditi, you just hold on. We will wait for any questions, if at all, at the end of the program. Right?
Okay.
Sushil
So,
sir,
thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
may I ask you one question? Actually, it is about the transmission, because in India, I guess around 20% of the electricity is getting lost through transmission, right?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So could you let us know what is the roadmap for the government of India to minimize those losses?
All right. So, your question is overall generation to utilization point, there are losses you are quantifying as up to 20%.
Yes, yes.
Now, my reply to you is that these are in 3 stages. First is generation and EHT, that is extra high tension transmission mode. Then it comes to the local network. And then it comes to distribution transformer to the consumers. Right. Now, if we talk the first phase, generation to EHT transmission part, these losses are reduced to bare minimum in the range of up to 4%. The second phase, that is from energy is received to say the city network, and it is distributed within the city. These losses has also come as little as up to 8 to 10% in some of the demonstrating state, not all. Delhi is one of the poorest capital in this case. And the third one, the losses which are really in distribution network, and then commercial and unaccounted losses, they are also in fact clubbed together along with the distribution losses, which is not a professional approach. We know all, there are variety of consumers and customers who play with energy meters, who directly draw energy from the network, and all such losses or thefts, they are clubbed together and they are also accounted for as losses, which is not professionally correct. If you talk the state of say Gujarat is a state where these losses have achieved bare minimum in all 3 stages. And electricity is available 24/7 by 365. Prices, they are quite comfortable. We have seen the prices of water going up and up and up. But if you see the energy prices in Gujarat for last say 5 years, there are not much changes in tariff. This is because of improving the efficiency of the systems. And another state which is wonderfully doing well is now state of Orissa. There are others also, but Orissa have demonstrated fantastic results during last 3 years. And now you may all be aware that Orissa overall sub-transmission and distribution network is taken over by Tata. And I'm sure in next 2 years, they are going to, if not beat, at least be at par with Gujarat.
Right, sir. Thank you very much for going a bit deeper on the transmission losses. I am also today only aware that there are losses from businesses and all that is also included in the transmission losses.
Correct.
So I was not aware of that thing.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you. So should we move to next speaker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you,
If
Miss.
anybody is having any question, probably they can ask or write it to us.
Sure. So thank you, Miss Aditi.
Thank you, sir. Thank
You have shared your wisdom, enlightened us all. We have learned many aspects from your deliberations, and I am sure you are also learning in the process. Thank you
Yes.
once again.
Thank you, sir.
So let me call Ms. Priyanshu Trivedi. She is going to address achieving sustainability through energy efficiency and management. I am sure she is going to focus on energy audits as well.
That's
So,
true, sir.
Right. So before you speak, let me introduce. Priyanshu has more than 5 years of experience in the area of sustainability and product safety. She is about to embark on an exciting new role as a sustainable and ESG consultant. Wish you all the best, Priyanshu.
Thank you, sir.
She was recently working with CII Center of Excellence, Chandigarh, as engineer. At CII, Priyanshu was looking after advisory services on energy efficiency, ISO 50001 implementation, CGWA water audits, and decarbonization. She is also an ISO 50001 lead auditor. Compliment to you, Priyanshu, at such an age you have become. She has previously worked with Colgate, Palmolive, and Jubilant Ingravia in the area of product safety and hazard communication. Priyanshu did her master's in energy technology and management and her bachelor's in chemical engineering. So you are welcome, Ms. Priyanshu.
Thank you, sir. So just let me share my screen.
And we would like to again felicitate you with the virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude. Dr. Manoj Chandra Garg from Amity is presenting virtual Tulsi sapling to you, ma'am. Kindly
Thank you so much.
Yes, Priyanshu, take over.
Yeah, so sir, let me share my screen.
Yeah.
I hope it is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it is. Make it full screen. Yeah, good.
Okay, so and I'm clear to everyone. Is my voice clearly audible?
Voice is okay, visibility is okay, PPT is full screen. You go
Great.
ahead.
Okay, sir. So thank you for, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to talk on a very important topic, that is sustainability. And I will be specifically talking about the role of energy efficiency and management to attain sustainability. Although we have been seeing a lot of presentations today, which talks about Indian scenario and how exactly sustainability can be achieved throughout India. But I will be focusing more on what we can do and how industries can contribute in the area of sustainability. So before going forward, I will just brief about and take everyone through the basic of like climate change, what exactly it is, how it is caused. And of course, Sushil sir has already talked about it, but I'll just quickly run through the slides. So greenhouse effect, what exactly is that, like the natural greenhouse effect already takes place. The sun rays, they fall on the earth's surface and like they get reflected back. But when there is a like sheet of greenhouse gases around earth, so when these sheet are there, they kind of stop those sun rays to get out of the system. And it is actually important, because if these sheet is not there, if these greenhouse gases are not there, our earth will become very cold. But the problem is that due to man-made interventions, these greenhouse gases have increased considerably, because of which greenhouse effect is happening, global warming is happening. And when we see, as per IPCC report, it has been warned that the increase in temperature, current earth temperature should not increase by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, and maximum it should be 2 degrees Celsius. So you can see I have just kind of compared like what would be the impact on our day-to-day activities, day-to-day, GDP growth or sea level increase will be there. There would be impact on fresh water. There would be impact on coral reef if there is increase even by the slightest of 0.5 degrees Celsius. That is, if the increase in is not limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius and it increases to 2 degrees Celsius, you can see that there is a considerable increase, loss in the GDP from 8% to 13% loss. So although there is a loss, considerable loss, even when there is increase in temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius. But yes, of course, it will be even more tremendous if even slightest of 0.5 degrees Celsius increases. So this calls for the urgency. It shows that how urgent it is to limit this greenhouse gas emission and global warming. And there are several news that are going around. Everyone is coming through going through these kind of news that is coming every single day. So what exactly are greenhouse gases? So according to the Kyoto Protocol, there are these are the listed greenhouse gases, and each of these greenhouse gases, they are responsible, like they come from certain source, and they are like they have different global warming potential, which I will be discussing further. But like when we burn coal and crude oil, when fossil fuels are burned, then carbon dioxide is released. In same way, when we have landfills where there is a mix of biodegradable and non-biodegradable materials, so methane gas is formed. So there are different target areas through which we can decrease these greenhouse gas emissions through just analyzing from where they are getting emitted. So this is the GHG concentration level and the GHG global warming potential. So every greenhouse gas has a potential global warming potential. We keep CO2 as one. Like if we keep CO2 has an impact of global warming by 1, then compared to CO2, methane has 25 times more impact on the global warming. So similarly, we have for all the 6 greenhouse gases, like how impactful it is to cause global warming. And we are aware that, for example, HFC, CFC, they are caused by we are using air conditioners, we are using refrigerators. So from there they are released. So we can see each of our activities, day-to-day activities, are leading to these kind of increase in global warming gases. So you can see over here, like the current scenario, energy scenario, I would just like to pinpoint that the population, we can see that over the years, if we are comparing from 2000 to 2009, the population has increased. Then in case of GDP, we can see that from 2000 to 2019, the GDP has been increasing. In the same way, as our population as well as our GDP is getting increased, we can see that the energy demand is also increasing. So energy demand increasing, which is and where this energy is coming. So although India is like moving forward with a lot of adoption of renewable gases, renewable energy, and solar energy and other type of renewable energy, but still there are a chunk of our electricity or other source of energy is coming from coal and other non-renewable sources of energy, which is going to impact the energy security of our country, because of course we don't have all the resources inside our own country. So of course that is coming, we are getting it transported from other nations. So we have a threat to energy security. The prices are going to increase, as well as, of course, the ultimate impact is on the environment. But we have to see that in order to increase the GDP, like if we are expecting that by year 2031 to 32, if our GDP has to be increased by 8%, then what would be the energy, like the energy supply is going to increase by 3 to 4 times, and the electricity installed capacity is going to increase by 6 to 7 times. So we can see that these are getting increased as the GDP is increasing for our country, which is an important part. So we can see that I would like to, over here, the reason why I am mentioning carbon emission, and of course I will be taking you everyone through, a bit detailed on that, because electricity like energy and carbon emission, they are interrelated. So you can see over here that over here in this particular image, I just wanted to point out that the major source of carbon emission is electricity and heat. So if we are having control over these two aspects, if we are irrespective whether it is in industry, at our home, so if we are having control over this, we will be able to be able to suppress this carbon emission to a great extent. And I'll be discussing on how we can do it. So this is the GHG emission profile. Again, electricity and heat is at the maximum, followed by agriculture and manufacturing and construction. So over here, we can see that energy production has increased ever since year 1990. And the energy supply, primary energy supply has increased, electricity final consumption has increased, and ultimately it has led to increase in CO2 emissions. And alone residential buildings, we can see over here that it contributes to 11.4% of carbon dioxide emission. So what exactly, before we move forward to reducing this emission, or reducing, like going through the increase in energy efficiency and finding out, we need to find out the relation between like how if we are working on the energy efficiency aspect, we will be able to decrease the the carbon dioxide emission. So this is where GHG accounting comes into picture. We will be able to suppress or reduce any kind of GHG emission only when we are aware how much we are producing, how much electricity we are consuming, how much energy fuel we are consuming. Once we are aware of it, we will be able to know that, okay, this is the impact. Like if we are using coal, this much CO2 is getting emitted. If we are using, compared to that, if we are using natural gas, there would be a decrease in CO2, and so on. And if you are using renewable, there would be considerable decrease. So this is where GHG accounting is important, so that we are able to identify, monitor, and then reduce the overall impact on the earth. So there are two types. I'll just quickly run through the two types of standards that are being used. The first one is GHG protocol, as well as 14064 ISO. So any of the organization, or irrespective, it's not necessary that a manufacturing plant has to take it up. Even the corporate office, institutions, they can take it up. They can account their GHG emission and considerably reduce it. So they can take any of the standards that they want to take. But I just want to mention that in year 2016, ISO 14064 adopted greenhouse gas protocol. So this is the master of it, and then the other standards are taking up inspiration from this particular standard. So whatever accounting or reporting that we are doing, it runs on 5 principles. That it should be relevant, it should be complete, whatever energy consumption, it has to be mapped, or in any type of activity that is being there, it has to be mapped, and it has to be calculated completely. It should be consistent year to year. Every year we need to take care that it is complete. There should be transparency, because if we are asked about kind of a proof, we should have it, and it should be accurate. So there are several various voluntary initiatives that have been, in the market. Several different organizations are taking up different kind of initiatives. There is no rule as such that you have to follow a certain reporting principle, or reporting disclosure reporting kind of standard. But yes, organizations, they are getting serious about climate change, and the stakeholders, the investors, they are asking for it. So now every kind of organization is going forward to this. And recently India also talked about BRSR standard, which has come up. And top 1000 organizations have to compulsory, they have to report their overall ESG journey through it. So GHG emission classification, I'll just quickly run through it, that there are two types of emissions that happen, that is direct emission and indirect emission. Direct emissions are from, like any fuel that we are using, we are generating electricity inside our premise. So that is direct, and that comes under scope 1. Indirect emissions are scope 2 and scope 3. Scope 2 is the energy purchase electricity that we consume, and scope 3 or rest of the activities, say waste management, transportation, everything comes under scope 3. So the reason why I talked about it, because you can see scope 2 is they purchase electricity. If we are focusing on this particular scope, we will be able to reduce our electricity consumption and hence the carbon emission. So this is like how scope 1, 2, 3 looks like, which I have already talked about. So scope 1 happens inside the premise. Scope 2 is indirectly, we are using it inside the premise, but we are purchasing it from the third party. And scope 3 is upstream and downstream. Anything that activities happening before that, any of the activities that are taking place, like we are purchasing certain raw material, or the transportation that is related to those like bringing that raw material to the premise, all those falls under the upstream activities, and rest of the activities, downstream activities, are the ones like any of the like the inside premise activity has been done, and we have to finally transport the final the final product, or say we have employees in our organization, so they are commuting from their home, or they are traveling for business purpose, so that comes under downstream activities. The biggest challenge is the scope 3. Scope 1 and 2 are still in our hands. We can control it. But the biggest challenge is the scope 3. That is, we are related to our stakeholders. We are related to our suppliers as well as our final customers over there. So there are, like, we need to have proper data for that, so that we are able to, have proper track of all the energy sources that are there, upstream and downstream, so that we can work on it as a whole. Individual activity, we cannot focus on just our activity. We have to involve our stakeholders, we have to involve our other people who are related to us, the investors who are there, the suppliers who are there. So these are few of the data that would be required for scope 1, 2 and 3 activities. And it's a simple calculation, that is activity data, whatever emission factor is there, the global warming potential that we have discussed, and which gives the final, like how much CO2 emission has taken place. So I'll just, the reason why I, I talked about the greenhouse gas emission was because it is very much related to the energy management. When we are managing our energy, when we are going to implementing ISO 50001, or when we are, conducting energy audits, we are able to identify how much energy we are consuming in our premise. And then we are able to identify the emissions that is being caused by that consumption of electricity or energy as a whole. And then we are able to report to outside people, like the stakeholders, and we are able to, we've set a benchmark then, that this was our emission that was in the year 2020. Now we are consistently working on our energy consumption. We are consistently decreasing it, and then hence we are decreasing the carbon emission as well. So it is energy management. It's just a judicious and effective use of energy to maximum profits and enhance competitive position. So it's a strategy. It's a month-to-month strategy. It's not a one-time activity. And I'll also show that there are several organizations, institutes that conduct energy audit on every year basis. Every year or every 2 years they conduct. So what happens is that we conduct energy audit, we find like where are the areas of improvement, we work on first 3 months on those improvements, and then we kind of keep it at a back seat, and then again we continue towards our own day-to-day activities, which becomes our priority. So the reason why I am introducing energy management system, I'm talking about this particular ISO implementation system, is because to show that exactly how we can make it consistent, how we can reduce the emission consistently over years and maintain it, monitor it on a regular basis and maintain it. So we can see over here what happens is that what any energy audit takes place, the the energy price, electricity bill shoots, and we start panicking that we have to give so much of we have to spend so much on the electricity or fuel. So we conduct energy audit. We find the investment, we find the faults, we find where is the area of improvement, we work on it, the energy consumption comes down. Then again we lose track, we focus on other activities, again that consumption increases, again that energy audit comes into picture, or we go back to the report that the previously was implemented, and again we take the same route. But there is you can see a sinusoidal kind of pattern that comes up in that system. But when we talk about energy management system, when we have a proper management system in our premise, be it a corporate office, be it a manufacturing sector, when we are we are aware of what exactly is our consumption, we have a dedicated team inside our system, or you can say in our organization, and we are monitoring it on a regular basis. We are finding out the key performance indicators, we are finding out on the energy performance indicators, we are finding out the the utilities or the machines that are causing so much of increase in electricity. So we find those out, we work on that, we set targets on monthly basis or 6-month basis or yearly basis, and on monthly basis we decrease that, and ultimately we will see that we set small term, medium term and long term investments. There are investments, or you can say we don't need, sometimes we don't need investments at all. We can just take so few approaches like arresting leakages, or just by switching off the lights we are able to bring down that consumption considerably. And then there are times when we have to make small investments. So let's take a small example of our home itself. When we are we are tracking how much electricity we are consuming, that is what we have to do first. Then what we have to do is that we have to take small actions of switching off the lights and fans whenever it is not used. Then we have to make small investments like changing LED lights from traditional lights to LED lights, or more energy efficient instruments that are being used at home. And then of course we can as a long term investment, we can invest on renewable solar panels and all those things to decrease that energy consumption. So this is applicable everywhere in our day-to-day activities as well. So this is how energy management system model happens or takes place, that is plan, do, check and act. We have to plan, we have to find out what is exactly our own consumption, how we are going to make a target, how we are going to decrease it. Then we have to do, that is we have to implement those initiatives that we have found out. We have to check, it's very important that we have to regularly monitor the consumption, whether in first 3 months we have decreased that consumption, but are we going to maintain it or not? So that we have to focus on, that there should be regular monitoring, there should be regular analysis of it. And of course that energy audit comes into picture, this particular check portion. And then act. So when we find out, okay, our main source of energy consumption is the chillers or air conditioners. So how we can do some kind of repairing, or there should be, if required, there should be some kind of replacement, and how we can decrease that energy consumption. And this is a vicious cycle, it happens like again it should not stop at act. We again have to plan, do, check and act. So this is how this energy management system works. There is a policy, there is a planning, there is implementation, regular monitoring, we are checking it, there is internal audit that takes place, management reviews there is continual improvement that is there, and again we have to review each and everything so that it is maintained properly. So I already talked about a system, a management system, but let me take you through the energy audit also, because of course we have, we have a system. We know that we need to decrease the consumption. We have trained in our homes also. We have talked about, we have told our children also that we need to decrease, switch off the lights or switch off the fans when not in use. But how do you know that those things are actually happening? Or how that can be decreased, that consumption can be decreased, is through energy audit. So energy audit can be conducted. It depends on at home we can have it every month, but in large organization, in manufacturing plants, we can have it on yearly basis. And we find out what utility, what instrument is consuming how much of electricity or energy. And then we take out, we plan out implementation plan. We see how it can be decreased, and then on we plan on small term investment, medium term investment, and long term investment, and it decrease the overall consumption. So why energy audit? Whatever operating expenses that happen. So whenever energy audit is important, because whatever consumption, the fuel that we are using, the materials that we are using, be it electricity or in DG sets, when light electricity flow is not there, we are using DG sets in that case. So in that case, we need to analyze, we need to map, like how is the energy flow of electricity or flow of energy is there. So to find out that, we need to conduct energy audit. So these are few of the instruments that are being used in energy audit. It is commonly used instruments, that is power analyzer, lux meter, combustion analyzer, infrared thermometer, water flow meter. And through that, we are able to find out, for example, if you are using water flow meter, so we will be able to, through any pipeline, if water is flowing easily, and there is no pressure drop, for example, so we will be able to find out that, okay, there is no scaling. If there is a pressure drop, there must be scaling inside the pipeline, which is consuming too much of electricity, energy, in case of chillers, for example. So these are the few of the instruments that can be taken, kept handy in organizations to, on a regular basis, to analyze the power consumption, to analyze the intensity of light in a room, or to analyze the combustion, the fuel combustion in boilers and all, and accordingly work on those utilities. So these are few of the facility as an energy system in any of the setup. That is, electricity energy is there, electrical energy is there, the purchase electricity. We are using oils, furnace oil. We are using coal in our own. There are small power plant kind of setup in organizations. We have boiler. We have HVAC system. HVAC system is there everywhere, in malls, in in institutions. So air compressors are there, pumping system is everywhere. So irrespective of the sector, we can find out what are the utilities that are applicable to us, which we are using, and then we can accordingly work on the energy efficiency of those utilities on regular basis. So this is one of the case study that we have. Considering the emission factor over here, I have considered emission factor as 0.79 till year 2021 and 22, according to India Electricity. Considering that few of the electricity is coming from coal, few of is coming from renewable energy, and every year that renewable energy percentage is increasing. So earlier it was 0.81, the emission factor was this. So whatever the kilowatt hour consumption of electricity is there, we just have to multiply it by 0.79, and we are able to find out the tons of carbon dioxide emission that we are emitting. So at your homes also, we can do this kind of audit at our homes as well. We just have to analyze our electricity bill. We have to see that, okay, this is our electricity bill, This is the like if we are taking normal electricity from grid, then the 0.79 is the emission factor. We are going to just multiply it. We'll be able to analyze how much tons of carbon dioxide or kgs of carbon dioxide we are consuming at our home, and how we can reduce it to reduce our impact on the earth. So every individual can work on it. This is a scenario from industry. This is a scenario from manufacturing sector, where we worked on we suggested how we can utilize waste heat recovery, how we can optimize the pumping system, how we can increase their efficiency through adoption of several technologies that are there in the market recently. But yes, this is this can be applied everywhere. So ultimately, the roadmap and the action plan for every organization would be to set realistic target. They have to find out, first of all, they have to conduct a GHG audit. They have to find out what exactly is their emission, what is exactly is their consumption, energy consumption. They have to set a baseline. They have to decide, okay, this should be my target, or compared to other organizations or other sectors of similar level, how much energy they are consuming. So that should be the baseline, and we have to measure the progress on monthly basis, yearly basis, and then according to that measurement we will be able to find out where we stand currently and where we want to reach. So accordingly we can align our action towards the target. And then we have to, once we are clear about the targets, once we are clear about where do we stand and where we want to reach, we have to work on the optimization of existing system. It does not require money every single time. It does not require investment every single time. There are very small activities that can be implemented and it is going to considerably decrease the energy consumption. And then once we are done with that, once we are thorough with every kind of action that we can take without any investment or with a very small investment, then only we should like side by side we should definitely move towards capital planning. We should definitely move towards how we can replace a few of the system or instruments in our surrounding to a more efficient or more kind of energy efficient system, and then implement a lot of money on that. And then of course there are times that we have taken a lot of action, we have invested a lot, but we are not able to there are still some kind of energy or GHG emission that is not under our control. In that case, of course, we can focus on like how we can recycle, or how we can take offset options, like plant more trees and all those kind of activities, so that we can ultimately decrease the consumption and decrease the overall GHG emission. And yes, of course, achieve net zero, which is the target of India, that is to achieve net zero by year 2070. And this can only be achieved when every individual is taking action, and also involving the stakeholders, involving the related people to take action with them, hold hands together and work towards it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Priyansu.
Thank you, sir.
You
And
have
what are the
put
questions
up
if there are any?
everything in a nutshell and explained beautifully with case study, roadmap, action plan.
Thank you, sir.
And great work done. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Wait for the questions. We will take, if any, after we conclude the last session.
Sure,
Right?
sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Yes.
Sushil sir, may I
Yeah.
ask one question from Priyanshu?
Yes, sir.
Sure. You
Because
are
nobody asking, let me ask one.
okay.
Priyanshu, could you put some light on the new greenhouse gases which is added in the standard?
Okay, so
Previously it was
as
Kyoto gases only, but one new addition is there. So could you put some light on that?
I am actually, not. I am at this point of time, I'm just aware of these 6 gases that are there as per GHG,
Okay,
Kyoto
okay,
Protocol.
okay,
So
no problem.
at this
So
particular
actually,
time, I will
let
be
me
able to.
say, six Kyoto gases are, I guess most of us are aware, like CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide. Then we have perfluorocarbon, hydrofluorocarbon, and we have sulfur hexafluoride. The new addition is NF3, nitrogen trifluoride.
Yes.
Okay. So I thought you are aware, so you can put some more light on that. That's why I asked this.
Okay.
Anyway, so Sushil sir, over
Yeah.
to you.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you, Priyanshu, once again.
Yes, sir.
And let me invite Dr. Damodaran K. with great pleasure, and definitely he is going to enlighten us all on new dimensions of today's program. Dr. Damodaran is currently an assistant professor in the School of Energy and Environment in Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, which is a deemed university in Patiala, Punjab. He works on lingocellulose waste to value-added products in specific biostimulants and fertilizers for agriculture purposes. He also works on conversion of industrial waste to sustainable material and provides consultancy services to the industry for sustainable practices. Before joining Thapar Institute, he was working as a postdoctoral researcher at the Agricultural Research Organization in Israel. And we all know that Israel is one of the most advanced and developed country, specifically in agriculture, defense, and IT. So he worked on agro-waste management, completed his doctorate in the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, on biogas production from Institute Food Based. So let me welcome you, Dr. Damodaran.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your brief introduction about me. And I'm happy to be there to present my knowledge here. And
Yeah.
thanks for the invite also.
And sir, we would like to felicitate you with the virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude. Dr. Anamika Srivastava from AIES is presenting the virtual Tulsi sapling. Kindly accept.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, please take over.
Yeah, sure. Sir.
While Dr. Damodaran is sharing his presentation, let me also speak a few words about him, what you have not mentioned.
Okay. Welcome.
Actually, sir, you would be happy to know that in Thapar, we have set up a Center of Food Security. They are actually partner university, Tel Aviv University of Israel. So Dr. Damodaran is part of that Center of Food Security also. That is the reason I invited him to share his experience.
Great.
Thank
Great.
you, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Damodaran.
So,
Thank you,
sir,
sir.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rastes, for adding that important
Dimension.
contribution. Yeah. I think you are able to see the slides.
Yes, you can make it full screen. And
Yeah, I'm making it. I think now it's visible on full screen.
No, it is not coming. Now
No.
it has.
Yeah. Thank you. So before starting my presentation, I just want to say hi to everyone, to the participants, because I saw like lots of participants are involving in this program, and that is a very great thing to be to conduct a successful program. So I congratulate every organizers for that. And I thank Mr. Sushil Kumar sir for being the session chair, and Dr. Astos Kumar to coordinate this session. So now I will start with my presentation. So today I'm going to present on Global Food Security Roadmap to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2. That might everyone aware of that we are having 17 different Sustainable Development Goals. And in that, this is one of the important Sustainable Development Goal. and it has been placed in the second place. So now we want to know what is like a kind of food, like a food crisis, food security, how we can how we can tackle that, and how we can achieve this food security to the global level, and how the countries are following some of the policies to achieve this food security. So now we have a small introduction on food, and we want to know that, and food is the basic human need and functional right to every human being. Like, might everyone know this already, and it is most of the every countries has to guarantee their citizens to get that food for their basic need. And according to United Nations organization, they have mentioned that right to food is one of the more important thing, or more important human right to enjoy the all other rights. So in 1948, they have introduced this right of food to the United Nations organization in the human right category. And although like food security became the major or critical issue, it was like it is going to be in a nice manner, but whenever the food crisis is coming, then it will be either related to either climate change or some of the agricultural issues, or another important thing is due to the rise of food prices. So every time this is happening due to the market instability. So that also has to be addressed in every food security plans. So whenever we are talking about food security, we need to know how the food crisis is going on right now. So according to the United Nations report, in 2020, between almost 720 billion to 811 million persons worldwide are suffering from hunger, and roughly 161 million is more in compared to 2019. That is a very huge number. And in 2020, almost 2.4 billion people, that means we can say about 30% of the world population, is moderately or severely food insecure. That means lacking of regular access. That means they will have either one meal or less than one meal also. That means 2 days once they are getting a one meal. So that kind of situation is still be there in this developed or technologically developed this country, like in the world scenario. So that has to be eradicated. And the figure increased, almost 320 million people has been increased within just 1 year. That might be because of multiple issues like corona crisis or world economic crisis. Multiple things has been taken role, but still it is not fair for the poor community. And we can say globally at 149.2 million children are under children under 5 years age, or we can say 22% of the total world's children's. We are like still they are under low height because of the like undernourishment, or we can say like there is no proper nutritional value in the food. So that also has to be addressed in this food security. So now we are coming for the evaluation of food security. So whenever we are talking about the food security, first we have to understand what is food security. That is means every people like who is there in the end of the poverty line and in the top rich level, everyone has to get their food with a full nutrition. So that is more important, and that is called as food security. So during 1970s, this food crisis created the awareness, because at that time there was a large drought and lots of agricultural production became very less, and the food availability became very less. So because of that reason, everyone start to know about food crisis, and they has to talk about food security and how to store, how to keep the food grains in the buffer stocks, and how to ensure that food security for that buffer period. So that became more important, and it became the law in 1970s. And in 1980s, like adding with that, adding with the buffer stock, they have to know like what is the essential food like availability, which food is more essential and which is not. And in that also, how we can decrease the poverty for the poverty of the people to access that food. So that became more important in 1970s, so 1980s. And in 1990s, like we came to the next level. Now poverty became somewhat better, that every people has an access to the food, but the absorption of food, that became problematic, because everyone is getting food, but they are not able to absorb into their body because of the nutritional or health issues. So now health issues became the more important thing in the food security evaluation. And now when during 2000, at the end of 2000s, it became like a more important thing, how the food crises like make instability inside the start from the production, consumption, or in the politics, or making a policies, how the instability is getting created. So how to tackle that instability in the food supply, or in the what to say, in the to the need of poor people to achieve that food. So how we can do that? So that came into the picture in 2000, and in 2010 finally the malnutrition among the children and females, that came into the picture, and how we can provide the nutritional food to the common people or poor people. So everything is became into the single picture. And then it make a 5 important things for the food security. Food is available in the country. It is accessible to the people physically and financially. People are healthy to absorb it. And 4th one is food supplies and prices are stable over the period. And 5th one is whether the food is nutritious enough to sustain the human body or not. So this became 5 important elements to make the food security goal. So these are the some of the data or figures for the global insecurity or global food undernourishment indicators. So this is the data according to FAO and food according to FAO, there is a percentage which was given how the global food insecurity has been raised for the past 7 to 8 years. You can see in 2014 to 16 it is only 7.7. And in 2015 to 17, it is increased to 7.9. Now in 2019 to 21, it is increased to 10.7. The latest data is not yet achieved or not yet generated yet. So I'm not able to present the 22 or 23 data. So according to this data, we can say that global food security is continuously increasing. That means still we have to improve the food providing or food production or making the policies to achieve that food security. So this image is giving a clear picture on that. And now we are coming for the global undernourishment index. So you are getting the point of what is undernourishment. That means you are getting a food, but it is still not efficient to provide all the nutrients for children or women or for the common people. So before it was in a higher level in the range of 2000 to 2018, we can say, or 2020, it decreased. That means decrease in the case of percentage, but the level of percentage was increased. We can say the nutritional food was improved. But later in 2019 to 21, it's again started to increase because of COVID crisis, and the food supplies. So food supply chain is almost disturbed by this kind of conditions. And this is the Indian undernourishment index. The Indian scenario compared to the global scenario, it is more. You can see Indian nutritional value in the food is getting reduced, and compared to 2000 to 2008, the range of undernourishment was improved in 2006 to 2018 or 19. Due to the COVID crisis, it became little imbalance. This might be because of multiple reasons, because of poverty line, especially they are getting the food to them is itself a very difficult task. In that, getting the nutritional food became very difficult task for the poverty line people. So because of that reason only, this index is coming. So now we are coming for the causes for food crisis. So first thing is population growth. Second thing is loss of agricultural land to residential and industrial development. Like right now in India also we can see the percentage of agricultural land in India is less compared to the we can say within the past 10 years we have a drastic change in the agricultural land availability for the growth of, for the production of agricultural food grains, especially we can say. So this might be increase of population for if increase of population is happening, obviously we have to create the residential area also, and we have to improve the industries also for the job security. So we can't avoid that. So now third one is growing consumer demand, especially in China and India, because the population is it's such a higher level compared to the other countries, and the failed agricultural market regulation. This became one of the important factors, because sometimes we will talk about the production. We are having higher production, we are improving the production, but still it is not able to reach the people because of this market regulations. We can say either by the policies of the government or due to the like a ban of government in the export of this kind of food products. So that made this food crisis. And climate change, this is becoming the one of the important factor for the production also, and also the transportation also. So in both the case, this climate change is having a much impact, and lack of anti-dumping mechanism. So this is like lots of food grains are there, the production is high, but there is less number of like we can say there is a percentage of storage is not that sufficient. So because of this, that dumping of waste food grains is happening. So this became one of the main reason for food crisis. So lack of this anti-dumping mechanism also is one of the important cause for food crisis. And the next one is export restrictions and panic buying. So this is also one of the main concern, because of this also lots of wastage of food grains is happening, and that leads to the food crisis. And US dollar depreciation, this is one important factor for the export restriction, export category. For the poor countries, they are not able to pay higher amount for the food grains to import to their countries, especially that African countries and some of the Middle East and Middle European countries also. They are not able to import the necessary food for their country. And increased farming for use in biofuels. So this is also one of the reasons for the food crisis. And world oil prices is at more than $100 a barrel. So this made the problem in production also and the transportation also. So in both ways, it is making a cause for the food crisis. And now we are coming for the Sustainable Development Goal 2 targets. That means for zero hunger, how we are going to achieve it and what is the target for that. So by 2030, United Nations Organization has set the goal for end hunger and ensure access for all the people, especially the poor people and people in a vulnerable situation, including infants, to safe, nutritious and sufficient food all over the year. So that is more important and first target for the United Nations. And the second important target is end all forms of malnutrition. Okay, first thing, to provide in food to everyone, and second thing is to avoid the malnutrition. We have to achieve that nutritional value food. Like right now in India also we are following the millet year. So that is one of the important policy or one of the important thing we have taken to avoid this kind of a malnutrition, and that having the achievement that we have to achieve by 2025, by making avoiding the target of stunning and wasting in children under 5 years of age. And the third important target is double the agricultural productivity and incomes of small scale food producers. Because right now, if you are talking about agricultural production and the countries who is being the biggest producers, we can say India and China and Indonesia and some other Asian countries. These are the biggest producers of agricultural products. So if we are talking about these countries don't have any big farmers or big industrial or food producers. There are very small scale producers having hardly 1 acre or half acres. They are producing the food product. So we have to ensure that they can produce higher agriculture product in their small land, and how we can increase the income for them to make their family sufficient, to get sufficient amount for making investment or financial survey, how they can make more productive things by including the technology and in providing the knowledge to them to how to improve the productivity. So such kind of steps are more important for the small scale food producers. So that then only we can make a sustainable development in the production. Otherwise, it is very difficult to achieve that. And the fourth important one is to ensure sustainable food production system and implement resilient agricultural practices. That means whatever the food we are producing, we should not putting like lots of fertilizers or using some of the unwanted chemicals to improve the productivity by killing the killing the basic health of the soil. So that kind of thing should not be done. We have to maintain the sustainable nature also. We have to keep in consideration of climate change and keep in consideration of extreme weather and drought. We have to make the practices in such a way that is going to improve the land and soil quality. So that is also one of the important goal we are going to get in the sustainable development goal. And the fifth one is to maintain the genetic diversity of seeds and cultivated plants and farmed and domesticated animals and their related wild species. That means it is going to cover everything. That means we can say there are many Indian variety of seeds that is we are losing it, and we need to bring that back to the system. Otherwise, we won't achieve that nutritional value of the food, because every country have different nutritional value, and their citizens or their population or their people need that nutrition to be to achieve a healthy life. So by only maintaining this diversity of seeds or cultivated plants, then only they can achieve that goal. So for that, to save this kind of seeds and to save farming culture and saving domestic animals, instead of going for some foreign based animals for improving the productivity of milk or something else, we have to improve the productivity, or we have to improve the domestic animals, and we have to make them healthy to get a more output. So that is also more important, how we have to achieve that. So apart from these 5 different goals, we have 3 more goals, how we have to achieve that 5 one. So by increasing the investment in every sector, like starting from the how we can make the rural infrastructure, and how to make an international cooperation for improving the rural infrastructure and agricultural research and extension services and technology development, and like this multiple things in multiple sectors, we have to increase the investment. Then only we can make the sustainable development goal in live mode. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. And next one is correct and prevent trade restrictions and distortions in world agricultural market. So every time there is some imbalance in the imbalance between the countries, this kind of things will happen. So such kind of things should be avoided, and make a global rule and make it like a sustainable supply of this kind of food materials to every people. So then only we can achieve this global food security. Otherwise, it is very difficult. And the final thing is adopt measures to ensure the proper functioning of food commodity markets. So in this also we have to talk about food price, and we have to talk about how much we can go for a food reserve, and what is the transparency of that, and what kind of things we can do with the waste foods. So everything is going to come under this proper functioning of food commodity markets. So whenever we are talking about this, we have certain challenges to achieve this food security. We are having the goals, but how to achieve these goals? What are the challenges to achieve that? That we have to know. So there are 4 major challenges in achieving the food security. So in this, first one comes under production. Slow rate of growth of food production is adversely affecting the supply chain. We can't avoid that, because if we are talking about the rice or wheat, it will take 3 to 4 months to get a product. And same thing with vegetables also. So we have, if we want to make the make the production available, so we have to improve the growth rate also. And the time period we can't avoid, but we can improve the growth rate, and we can make a more productivity in a small plant itself. And next one is coming under consumption. So increasing consumption and wastage are putting pressure on food grain stocks. Okay, so how we have to solve this? Because we can't avoid consumption, but we can decrease the wastages. So if we are able to decrease the wastages, we can improve the percentage of food security by 95 to 96%. So that can be achievable. And now we are coming for the third point, distribution. What are the points which is affecting the distribution and how we have to make it clear on that. And fourth one is politics, and political issues are one of the major issues to affecting the food supply chains. So that has to be ensure how we can tackle this political pressures. So now we are talking about the major challenges in production. So whenever we are talking about the production, we have to, first thing we have to address is area. How much area or how much land is available for the food production. So if we are able to increase the food production area, then we can improve the food production. Otherwise, it is very difficult to do that, and that became major challenges for production. And the next one is degradation of arable lands due to the bad agricultural practices, what we talked about few slides before, putting more chemicals or putting unnecessary nutrients for the plant. That is obviously going to deteriorate the soil quality. So how we are how we are able to protect that kind of things to make the land more more fertile for the agricultural growth. For this, we have to go for a more agricultural R&D and climate based on the climate change and environmental threats, and increase the cultivation of biofuel crops. That also became one of the major challenge for food crisis. So how we have to tackle this by making some policies, where the food grains are growing, there we should not encourage the cultivation of biofuels. We have to think about of barren land or unnecessary lands. There is no cultivation of food crops. In such kind of lands, we have to think about of the cultivation of biofuel crops. And the last one is land grabbing by corporate firms in the food insecure countries for the cultivation of food grains and their export to rich countries. This is a major political or economic issues also, where some countries, poor countries, they are not able to afford for their food. These some of the big corporate firms, they are taking the land from them and they are producing the food grains and they are not providing to that country and supplying to the rich countries. This became one of the major challenges for the production. And the next one comes for the consumption. So increasing population, that means directly related to the increased consumption also. So that obviously create the demand of food for the people. So that is one of the biggest challenge. And growing prosperity, that means nowadays the percentage of people's having meat items has been increased compared to the vegetarian items. Instead of having only grains and vegetables, now the portion of people's has been shifted from vegetarian to non-vegetarian, that means meat eating system. That is making the more challenging consumption, because the whatever the meat producing factories or meat producing industries, they will take more amount of food that needs for the poor people. So that became the one of the challenge in the consumption. And next one is changing the food habits. Nowadays the culture became the processed food culture, on the go they want to take the food and they want to consume it. So that becomes more challenge, because it is creating lots of waste in the food, waste in the food generation. So that is also one of the challenge. And the final one is wastages during the consumption. We are purchasing more food and we are having less and throwing lots of the food to the dustbin or to the landfill sites, that make the poor people's to the in excess of the food. So that is going to be one of the challenges for consumption. And next one is distribution. So distribution, if we are talking about, obviously we have to talk about economy also. We have to talk about inequality between the countries also. We have to talk about proper supply chain also, and also the other things like how one country is dominating the other countries. So this makes the challenges for the countries or between the globe to get a proper distribution. And the next one is political. So obviously, whenever we are talking about distribution and economy, political is also one of the key role which is going to join with that. because obviously the superior country or power country make the rules and poor country has to follow. And there is no proper legislation for the globe. For separate country it is that, but there is no proper rule over the globe. So that has to be ensured, like everyone has to access for this kind of a food. That is more important, because wherever the more like economic country or politically powered country, they have access for everything, and politically poor country, they are not able to access for everything. So for not providing a good governance for the people, we are not able to achieve zero hunger or sustainability development goal at any time. So this is also more important for every country to accept for this global security and to achieve this sustainable development goal for supplying or distributing at any kind of situation. Okay, that is also more important. Like if some problem is happening, they will stop the supply. So that kind of stuff should not happen. They have to ensure at any kind of situation, they will be ready to supply their over than their demand. So that is more important for achieving this SDG goal. And now we are going to talk about the roadmap for achieving this global food security. And this is I'm going to project UN chair statement only. Okay, so in that first thing they have mentioned in the call of action is available resources to make new and additive financial donations to key humanitarian organizations. Because whenever we are talking about the food insecurity, there is the place where we have to talk is either it is a poor country or the place where they are having some kind of global, some kind of a natural calamity, or due to the war, or due to some of the other reasons also, where they are financially, they are very weak to achieve that food. So in such kind of the case, these UN member states, they have to help the other countries to make them to get every kind of a support, especially for the cash, food and nutritional supplies, and to get a healthy and nutritional program for such kind of a countries. That is one of the important call of action taken by the United Member States. And the second thing is making the available resources, including like large emergency food stockpiles, and to provide in-kind donations for the commodities where they are not able to, government is not able to support them, and some of the countries which is instability because of war, and they are not able to reach their food. That means sometimes they have the economy, but they are not able to reach the food. So how we can support them? By either Red Cross, or through the NSS, or through some of the other organizations where they are able to help such kind of the people. So the country can donate them to get proper access for their food. And another important thing is all United Member States to keep their food and agricultural markets open, and to avoid unjustified restriction measures. Like now, most of the countries, we can say, like not most of the countries, few of the developed countries, they are making much sanctions on different countries, which is economically weak also. And they are, because of that reasons, they are not able to get most of the foods, they are making the bans on export of food and fertilizers. So because of that, they are making some kind of a volatility in the markets, and they are making the threatened for the food security. So that kind of stuff should not be taken by the developed countries, and they have to ensure that they have to supply at least the basic food for the other countries to ensure the food supply for each and every people in this globe. And another important statement by the UN member is available resources to the temporarily increase the fertilizer production. Because whenever we are talking about the food production, there is a need of food fertilizer. But there is some countries where they are good in agricultural practices, but they are in shortage of the fertilizers, either because of the less production or the basic raw material for the production of fertilizers. So such kind of stuffs that should not be happen, and they have to improve the agricultural or fertilizer production also for the agricultural production. And they have to make sure increase the resources to increase the efforts of sustainable transformation of agricultural and food system. Because whenever we are talking about the agriculture, we have that is more important to transport that food or purchase the food from the smallholder farmers. That is also a more important thing. So sustainable transformation of agricultural products to the community where it is needed. So that is also one of the important thing, and investment in research and development for making more production in the agriculture, making more efficient in transportation and reducing the wastage and proper conversion of this agricultural waste for the production of fertilizers. So this everything is more important, and it is more related to the investment only. If investment is happening, these things will happen. And the final thing is to make the close monitor of markets affecting food system, that because that instability is creating, that instability has to be properly followed. That can be ensured by full transparency and making more reliable and timely data is required for making this stability in the market. Then only we can achieve this sustainable development goal. And based to achieve this sustainable development goal, India had made multiple policies for achieving this food security. So I have projected few of them, and you can go through it, like building buffer stock for food productions, like improving the more storage for the food grains and proper security for the food production, and how to make more accessible for the poor system, and improving public distribution system through the we can say public cooperative societies where they can supply this food grains at low cost without any kind of delay in the market. So every month or every week they are able to go and purchase their basic needs in their kind of a public distribution system. And materialization household for food security programs, like how the people has to know about multiple things, how the food has to be stored and how the wastage has to be avoided. So for this multiple programs has been conducted. Apart from that, they have multiple programs like Antyodhana, Anna Yojana, and food security supplementation for the vulnerable groups, and nutritional education for every kind of peoples, and Annapurna program, and Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee. So whatever you saw before is completely depends on food growth and food supply and food nutrition. So here we are talking about how make the people economically viable for achieving that food security or food for their basic needs. So like Manrega program is one of the important policy made by the government. So where the rural people can go get their wages and they can achieve their food. And national old age pension scheme. So that is also one of the important factor for the old age people to access for the basic need of food. And the national maternity benefit scheme, national family benefit scheme. So these are some of the schemes where they can improve the economy of that people, and they can achieve the basic healthy food for their improvement. So these are some of the policies which has been made by the Indian government. And Right to Food campaign is one of the key factor, and National Food Security Act in 2013, that is also one of the key policies where it is ensuring the food for each and every people in the country. It starts from the upper class to lower class. And to achieve this food security, one important thing we have to talk about is, apart from the country's policies, apart from the sustainable development goals made by the United Nations, we have to think about a public-private partnership for food security, because everything government can't invest, and every citizens can't take a big project. So everywhere we have to think about of where and all it is possible. Start from the production, start from the sustainability practices in each and every cases of climate change mitigation or adoption or harmful policies. So where and all it is possible, we have to incorporate this public-private partnership for achieving the food security over the globe. So this will make much differences, making the inclusion. It will make changes in the policies. It will make the changes in the production, and it will make the changes in the food storage and in the supply chain. And for the final thing to reduction in the reduction of poverty also, it is going to take a major role by the only by the public-private partnership. So by this, I'm concluding my session. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views on achieving the sustainable development goal and roadmap for achieving this global food security. So thank you for everyone to attend this session. If you have any queries, you can ask.
Thank you, Dr. Damodaran ji. In fact, food for thought, food for body, and food for everything. You have brought out and capsuled extremely systematically and well. You have addressed all the requirements focusing on United Nations, Sustainable Development Goal, FAO, and whatnot.
Thank you, sir.
Still, I feel if there are questions, we welcome them before we conclude this overall.
Sushil sir, there is a question in the chat box from Miss Juhi Gupta.
Okay, right. She wrote, "Dear sir, we have a huge population surviving on a small piece of land, population density. Can you name any scheme started by the government to address the land allocation issue?"
Actually, I want to talk about land allocation in the form of farming, or for the we are talking about land allocation for living. So there is two different things we have to talk, because land allocation for agriculture, that is one of the rule for converting the agricultural land for what we can say, converting agricultural land as a resident land. That is a rule in every state. We can't convert the agricultural land into resident land. But if you're talking about the land for being the resident, like you want to construct some home, or you want to stay there in some place. So for that, we have many rules for from ministries of urban development and Ministry of rural development. They have multiple schemes to ensure the places for the poor people and who is under we can say homeless people to stay in some area. So there is multiple rules for that. So you can go through this two section, Ministry of Urban Development and Ministry of Rural Development. So there are multiple rules for that. So you can go through it. You will get multiple ideas on that.
Great. Now let me also add up to your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Government of Gujarat, in fact, they are protecting the agricultural land, except for projects of national importance. And they are basically focusing on converting unfertile land for various applications. You may be aware that Gujarat is the state with most solar installed capacity.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But this solar installed capacity is coming on unfertile land, or on housetops, or on agricultural field only for agricultural pumping sets.
Yes.
So they are protecting the land by various wage and practices. Likewise, government of Chhattisgarh, what they have done, the forest land which really was being used for agricultural purposes, but illegally. So there were a lot of malpractices going behind. They have systematically legalized it. And as a result, now people at large are at comfort.
Yes, sir.
So likewise, different state governments, they are taking various measures to see
Yes,
that land is fruitfully, usefully, productively used for.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sushil sir, I would also like to share one experience.
Welcome.
Actually, she asked about the government scheme. So actually, I don't memorize the name of the scheme, but it is actually run by the Bihar government. So in Bihar, actually, whoever is below the poverty line, what government does, they identify the government land in every village, or any land which is nobody is using. So government take the control of that, then they distribute among the BPL people among the village. But I don't remember the name of that scheme.
That's great. So it
Yeah,
can
actually,
be
this kind
finally-
of rule is there in every state. Actually, like where it is the barren land which is belongs to the government. That they are giving to the below poverty line people for construction of homes.
Yeah. So great. If there are questions, kindly come with, put up your questions. You can ask verbally, switching on your camera, or if you feel, can keep camera switch off but ask the questions. We welcome questions on all the 4 sessions. And any number of questions. We still have some minutes to conclude. So I think all the 4 speakers on panel, they are very knowledgeable, are very deeply knowledgeable. They have come up very systematically prepared for, and have not left anything in between blank for questions to be asked for. I am sure, put together, beginning at 10:30 till scheduled time, 1 minute to go, participants have always been 70 plus. I was just keeping a note on it. So it is a comfortable gathering, and these are all faculties from different places of MIT University, Thapar University, and maybe additional few more. So program in my overall view have gone very well, and as a chair of this session, I am very happy that yes, we could add value in the process of learning, and this will go in a long way for energizing, mobilizing,
WhatsApp kar do.
inspiring young minds. Our motherland looks forward towards all young people. As I have mentioned in the beginning, we are the youngest country with 29 years average age, and we are the largest country with 145 crores of minds. So this time belongs to us, and institutions and industries, academia and industries, teaming up is more and more required. If industrial experience comes to campus and a campus theory goes to industries, exponential changes will be visible speedily. So with these words, I hand over back to Dr. Ashutosh Kumarji to take over and proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So now it's the time for vote of thanks.
Before you say vote of thanks, let me say Dr. Harshita Jain
Yes,
and
sir.
Madam Renu Dupar, they have done a wonderful job by bringing we all together and enriching us all in the process. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is our honor to have you here with us. Thank you. Renu ma'am.
Thank you, Sushil sir and Ashutosh sir. Really, your session was excellent session and full energetic, and we have shared a very valuable information with all the participants. And I think today's the last session of FDP program. At 3:30 there will be the valedictory program. So all the sessions are valuable information, very energetic and full of new spirit. That yes, now it's the right time that we have to do something for environment by means of adopting all the sustainable development goals through a program known as a Mission Life. But now I request Dr. Harshita that next time, please, all the faculty coordinator, next time we will try to arrange such type of the sessions in offline mode, because the offline is the best place where it gives a good platform for the interaction. But still, due to some issues and due to some problems, we are not able to conduct this program in the offline mode. But next time we will try to conduct in the offline mode, and we will definitely call you Sushil sir, Ashutosh, and all the speakers, esteemed speakers, because really right now I'm discussing with my faculty, Dr. Namika Shivasa. Namika, our platform is such a platform where we are enriched with such a eminent speakers, all of you are very eminent speakers, full of knowledge. And we are really, it's a pleasure to listen from each one of you and from diverse area. starting from the first plenary session to the end of the plenary session. All the areas are the different areas, and all the speakers are from have very good means knowledge in their areas and expertise, and give both the knowledge, theory knowledge as well as a practical knowledge. So it's a pleasure, Sushil sir, Ashutosh sir, and all the eminent speakers that all of you have accepted our invitation. I know all of you are very busy, but all of you accept my invitation and grace this platform on FTP. So my heartfelt thanks to all of you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Ashutosh sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for facilitating for this wonderful session. And I'm sure that you would like to do in future as well, similar kind of sessions.
Definitely, sir. But Ashutosh sir, next time it's offline mode. We will try for the offline.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Next time it will be in the offline mode, and we'll definitely invite all of you to come in our university so that the maximum gathering get the benefit from your expertise.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
So let me say a few words. As we come to the end of this enlightening plenary session of the faculty development program, that is Mission Life, a roadmap to sustainability with practice and partnership in action, I would like to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee and Dr. Renu. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chair, Mr. Sushil Kumar Sharma, who actually accepted the invitation for chair on very short notice, for guiding us through this session with his immense knowledge and expertise. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the esteemed speakers also, Mr. Anurit Kanti, Ms. Aditi Sinha, Ms. Priyanshu Trivedi, and Dr. Damodran, my colleague, for guiding us through this session with their immense knowledge and expertise. It was a really interactive session, so thank you all. Your insightful remarks and valuable inputs have truly enriched our understanding of the subject matter. Your presentations were thought-provoking, informative, and inspiring. Each of you has contributed immensely to our understanding of sustainable development, technology, innovation, and circular economy. Your expertise and experience have undoubtedly broadened our horizons, and we are grateful for your valuable contributions. Furthermore, I would like to express our gratitude to all the participants who attended this session with great enthusiasm and actively engaged in this discussion. A special note of appreciation goes to our technical support team, who ensured the seamless online delivery of this session. Without it, it was not possible to conduct such a wonderful session. In conclusion, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all the individuals who have contributed to the success of this plenary session. Your expertise, insights, and enthusiasm have made this event a truly memorable one. We hope that the knowledge gained and the connections made during this session will continue to inspire us in our pursuit of a sustainable future. Thank you all once again for being a part of this enlightening journey. Let us carry the spirit of sustainability and partnership forward as we continue to make a positive impact on our environment and society. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And one more information, there is a survey also in the chat box if you would like to fill up. I was trying to fill in between. Maybe after this session, I will also fill.
Sure.
Sure, sir. Our participants will definitely feel because it's a benefit for them. It's very
Perfect.
beneficial for them. And our FDP only becomes successful when our participants become aware about all these issues and their management. So I request all the participants, please go through all the lectures, and if you need any lectures or any PPT, then you can contact with our speakers. Sir, it's my request if you can submit your mail ID in the chat box so that if any PhD scholar faculty wants to interact with them, can directly interact with you. I request all the speakers, eminent speakers, to share their mail ID in the chat box.
Sure, ma'am.
I have done, madam.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, sir.
sir. Thank you, Sharma sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Sharma
Thank you,
sir is very
everyone.
fast.
Yes, sir. Sharma sir really is very fast.
And thank you, sir, for
Sharma
Thank
being
you.
with
Thank
us
you.
in
please
the whole
join in
session.
the valedictory session. I request all the esteemed speakers to join the valedictory session, which will be start at 3:30 p.m.
Sure, ma'am.
Perfect.
We will be
Okay,
there.
so now we will meet at the valedictory session. Thank you, Dhanyavad and Namaskar. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Namaskar. I request participants, please fill your feedback. In the validity session, there will be the last assessment form and the feedback. After that, you will be able to get the certificate for this FDP. So we will meet at 3:30. Till then, take care.
Right.
Thank you,
Sure,
ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Harshita, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
What will be the link for the valedictory session?
The
At
same
3:30?
link,
Same link. Okay.
which I have shared. So
Okay,
we
ma'am.
request all the participants to join us back at 3:30 for the valedictory session. Thank you so much, everybody.
And, ma'am, please also provide the video for this session because some of the speakers are asking for that.
Yes, sir.
So whenever you find time, right now,
Ashutosh
probably you
sir,
must
after
be
the
busy.
completion of this FDP, I send the request to our IT department. They will provide the recording link for the whole FDP program, starting from the inaugural to valedictory. Once I get the recording link, I will send it to the whole speakers and the guest of honors and chief guests. But it will take
Thank you,
1
ma'am.
to 2 days. I will definitely send, sir.
Double.
Definitely send it to you.
Sure.
Namaskar, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Harshita, Dr.
Thank you,
Asutosh ji once again. And I think no need for me to join in valedictory session.
It's our pleasure if you can join the valedictory session, sir.
Okay, madam. Let me just attempt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ashutosh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity, I would
Thank you,
say.
sir. It is our honor, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, deepest regards and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. I am both honored and humbled to stand before you today to introduce the valedictory function of our faculty development program titled Mission Life, a roadmap to sustainability with practice and partnership in action. With the blessings of Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, and under the guidance of Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla and mentor of AIES, Natural Resource and Environmental Sciences domain, today we stand at the concluding juncture of this intensive journey of learning, growth, and collaboration. Over the past few weeks, our esteemed faculty members have engaged in a unique exploration of new strategies, innovative learning, technologies, and insightful research methodologies. The goal was not only to enrich our personal and professional competencies, but also to enhance the educational experiences of our students, which remains our foremost priority. Our commitment to continuous learning and development is what sets us apart and enable us to shape the leader of tomorrow. This faculty development program was meticulously designed to refine our teaching skills and broaden our academic horizons, all in service of our beloved students. It has been a wonderful journey to witness the spirit of learning, knowledge sharing, and intellectual stimulation that pervaded throughout this program. As we gather today to commemorate the conclusion of this enriching experience, it's a moment to celebrate the commitment of our diligent faculty, the unwavering support of our administration, and the enriching engagements of our expert facilitators and speakers. In a few moments, we will honor and recognize the efforts of those who made the significant contribution to the program. But before we proceed, let us acknowledge every single participant here today that everyone is a winner. For it takes an insatiable curiosity, unwavering commitment, and relentless pursuit of knowledge to undertake this journey of development and growth. As we draw this event to a close, let us not view it as an end, but as a significant milestone in our never ending journey of learning, discovery, and innovation. May the seeds of knowledge planted during this program bear fruitful
Thank you, sir.
results in our teaching methodologies and foster the growth of our students. I look forward to the rest of this function where we shall celebrate our shared experiences, recognize our achievements, and most importantly, appreciate the spirit of continuous learning that is deeply ingrained in our institution's culture. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory function of our faculty development program, Mission Life. Thank you. Now, I would request my team to please start the program with lighting of lamp and Saraswati Vandana. With those words, I extend a very warm welcome, and may Saraswati Ma shower blessings on all of us, and all such programs may be please continued forever. Now I would request our Assistant Director, MIT Institute of Environmental Sciences, to please present with a welcome address. Dr. Renu Dhupar.
Thank you, Dr. Juhi, for introducing me. Thank you. A very good afternoon and namaskar to all the present here. I, Dr. Renu Dhupar, extend my warm welcome on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, to greet and welcome all the honorable guests of honors, speakers, dignitaries, participants, my dear colleagues and staff members to the valedictory session of 5-day faculty development program. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today and address this extreme gathering. Thank you all for taking out your time and being present at this important event. Over the past few days, we have come together as a community of educators, researchers, and professionals, and united by our shared passion for teaching and learning. This faculty development program has been an enriching experience, which provides a platform for all of us to exchange our ideas, explore new pedagogical approaches, and enhance our knowledge and skills. During this program, we have delved into various topics and areas of expertise, ranging from innovative teaching methodologies to emerging trends in research. And we have engaged in very fruitful discussion from all these 5 days in evening and afternoon and morning sessions, and attending a very insightful sessions, hand-on trainings, and learn from the experience and expertise of our distinguished resource persons. And it has been a very truly transformative journey, which equips us with new tools and perspectives to excel in our roles as educators. As we gather here today to mark the culmination of this program, let us take a moment to reflect on the knowledge we have gained, the connections we have formed, and the growth we have experienced. Each one of us has contributed to the collective learning and sharing insights and best practice that will undoubtedly reach our respective institutions and, most importantly, benefit our faculties and students. On this occasion, it is our honor and privilege for us to welcome our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhanji. And today we are able to conduct this 5 days faculty development program only because of his constant moral support, blessing, and strength. He is a guiding force for us. And my deep regards and thanks to respective Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir. It is his vision and leadership that has placed Amity University among the top universities in the world. I am delighted to welcome our respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am. She is a guiding force for us, and with her support, motivation, and inspiration, we are able to successfully complete this 5 days training program. It is my pleasure and welcome to welcome our today valedictory guest of honors, Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, Executive Chairman, the Environmental and Consumer Protection Foundation, New Delhi. Mr. Aditya Pundi, Director, India and South Asia, the Climate Reality Project India, Country Manager, the Climate Reality Project India, Editor, Creative Group, New Delhi, India. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Satnam, President, Trade Collaboration, Commonwealth Entrepreneurship Club, India. It's my heartiest welcome to all the guests of honors to valedictory session on this day. The presence of such a personality in a valedictory function is really a blessing, and we hope that the participants are able to seek a little guidance and imbibe something from their thoughts and their knowledge. My warm greeting and welcome to Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Sir, Chief Advisor, Founder, President Office, and Chairperson, Amity Law School, and Mentor of Natural Resource and Environmental Science domain, for his continuous guidance and motivation always. And I'm thankful for your kind support, suggestion, and guidance given to us and when we require. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Professor S.P. Singh, Sir, and Professor Tanu Jindal, Ma'am, for their endless support and help to execute this event. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our resource persons who have generously shared their expertise and wisdom with us. Their guidance and mentorship have been invaluable in shaping our understanding of the subject discussed in this platform and inspire us to push the boundaries of our own teaching practices. We are immensely grateful for their contribution and their dedication to the field of education. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of our organizing committees, whose meticulous planning and execution have made this 5 days faculty development program a resounding success. Their hard work behind the scenes ensure that everything can run smoothly and allow us to focus on the learning experience. We owe them a depth of the gratitude for their commitment and dedication. To my fellow participants, I applaud each and every one of you for your active engagement and enthusiasm throughout this program. Your passion for continuous learning and improvement is recommendable. I encourage you to take the knowledge and skills you have acquired here and implement them in your classrooms and institutions, and making a very positive impact on the educational landscape for environment management. As today, we bid farewell to this 5 days faculty development program, which will start from the 5th June to 9th June, and let us carry with us the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and lifelong learning. Let us continue to explore new frontiers, adapt to changing educational landscapes, and strive for excellence in our teaching practices. By doing so, we can create dynamic and transformative learning environment for our students and preparing them to succeed in ever-evolving world and learn about the concept of sustainable development. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the participants for their active involvement and dedication throughout this program. May you continue to grow, inspire, and make a difference in the lives of your students. Thank you all for being a part of this wonderful 5 days journey, and I wish you the very best in your future endeavors and enjoy the valedictory function. Thank you and namaskar to all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank you,
briefing
Dr.
about the.
GB. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
G.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much for briefing about the program, what we did, and stressing about the important points for everyone to understand the valedictory function well. Now, I would request Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan to please brief us about the entire FDP program and provide us with the insights, quick insights.
Thank you, Dr. Juhi, for that opportunity. I believe I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Mina, you are audible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So as Dr. Juhi has just said that let us brief about and let's talk about what this faculty development program was all about. And indeed, as Dr. Renu has just mentioned, that it is a wonderful journey. It is full of knowledge. It is full of insight. I just quickly take a few minutes just to brief what this FDP was all about. It is designed and inspired from human-induced climate change and the reckless behavior that we have adopted, and we are exploiting resources. So as we all know that our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties mentioned about Mission Life. Now this Mission Life is all about environmental consciousness and sustainable mindset, because unless and until we do not have sustainable mindset, we do not think of sustainable ways to take care of our planet, it will be really difficult for us to save the natural resources and the other resources for the coming generation, as we all know what sustainable development is all about. So this Mission Life that propagates the P3 model, which stands for the pro-planet people, focusing on the lifestyle of planet, for the planet and by the planet. So basically, in last 5 days, we have talked about circular economy. We talked about the waste management. We talked about the healthy lifestyle. We talked about the well-being. We talked about the economic. We talked about the integration of social, economical, and the environmental aspects. So these 5 days, we have discussed the very essential themes. The first day, we had the integrating environmental, social, human, and economic goals for sustainable lifestyle, and I'm so grateful for all the speakers that we had for these 5 days. So starting from the inaugural, we have the wonderful guest of honor for that day on June 5th, which is Dr. P.K. Rajput, Senior Consultant Higher Education from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India. We do have Dr. Anisur Rahman joined us that day, Professor and Director, UGC Human Resource Development. He's in academia. And then we have joined by Dr. Deepak Ramesh Gaur, a tree man, founder and chairman, Gift a Tree Network. And since it was World Environment Day, so we had a beautiful start that day. The same day, we had the evening session on the theme integrating environmental, social, human, and economic goals for sustainable lifestyles and policy. We have joined by the wonderful speakers for that day. The session was chaired by Mr. Rakesh Agarwal, the guest of honor for us today for this coming session. And he is the executive chairman for the Environmental and Consumer Protection Foundation, New Delhi. It's an NGO that doing excellent work. We are joined by Ms. Ruchi Singh, Ms. Dr. Rabia Bhatia. Both are the TED Talk speakers. They were the founders of, they are the life coach and the founder members of the UN SDGs UNDP. Then we have joined by Dr. Rekha Singh, who talked about that how the development can be in sync with nature. She's the director and lead consultant, Green Earth and Fair Consultant Private Limited. And then the last speaker for that day was Dr. P.K. Rajput sir, again the senior consultant, and he talked about the gap and the lacuna that we have between the industry and the academia and how we can bridge that gap. The next day, on June 6th, we taken up the theme, which is R&D model through technology, innovation, and the circular economy. We joined by the Wing Commander Rakesh Kumar Prashar, founder Making India Safe, Mr. Chandra Vikash, convener, Kia Earth Sansad, Brigadier Vinod Datta, Chief Executive Officer, the Career Navigators, Dr. Suraj Kumar Singh, Associate Professor and Head Center for Climate Change and Water Research, Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, Dr. Alok B. Mukherjee, Chief Remote Sensing, GIS Analysis, R&D Head. So these are the people who have talked about the academia and the working aspects of the technology. Whereas in the second session, we have all the entrepreneurs, the young people who have set up their sustainable business. So the second session was joined by Mr. Madhuban Pandey, entrepreneurship and enterprise development expert, co-founder and co-score Livelihood Foundation. We were joined by the Dr. Shri Devi Vasu, founder, Safe Earth Consultancy, Mr. Uttam Banerjee, co-founder and CEO, Ekam Eco Solution Private Limited, Mr. Rachit Gaur, CEO and founder of Wotan Ventures Private Limited, India, Dr. Suman Cheher, Director, IndCare Development Foundation, New Delhi. So this theme of role, R&D and model through technology innovation and the circular economy, both the session, the first was about the research and the second was about the developmental models. So that was the excellent session that we had. Then day 3, we had the exploring linkages among environmental challenges, science and people participation for climate action. These two sessions was actually co-chaired and co-shared by Indian Pollution Control Association, New Delhi and Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, the partnership for organization for our FDP program. Then the first session was chaired by Dr. Radha Goyal, Deputy Director, India Pollution Control Association, joined by Dr. Rajan R. Patil, Professor, Public Health and Research Unit, Basic Science Research Center, Dr. Neeta Ganguly, author, motivator, climate reality leader, Dr. Vinita Apte, Founder, President, Cherry Policy Center. So these were the speakers for the morning session, and in the evening session, we were joined by the excellent scientists from the IIT Roorkee. And the session was chaired by Dr. Brijesh Yadav, Professor and Head Department of Hydrology, IIT Roorkee. Okay, A.K. Bhattacharya sir was not able to join us that day. Then Professor Dr. Nuzhat Praveen Khan, Professor, Faculty of Law, Dr. Rajneesh Singh and Dr. Abhishek from IIT Roorkee. So these were the people who talked about the technical solution, environmental law, and how the various environmental challenges can be solved by the science and people participation. Day 4, that is day on June 8th, the theme was best practices and strategies for well-being and healthy lifestyle. This theme is the heart of this faculty development program, because if we are not healthy, we are not happy, we are not in the best of and stabilized state, everything around us go doom. So here we have the speakers that were Dr. V.P. Sharma, Chief Scientist from IITR. Then Mr. Akif Farooqi and Ms. Pallavi joined us from Tehri University. Dr. Jitesh Khanna, he's a Director, Cypresta Promoters and Developers, public figure. He talked about the various, he's a social activist and philanthropist. He talked about life and sustainability and healthy lifestyle. Dr. S.S. Garg, General Manager and Head of the Department, was one of the speakers. Dr. Sandhu Chetri is a practitioner of Gen H happiness and teacher in science and practice of happiness. So basically, the idea is to tell those aspects, that we can practice to bring happiness, not just to ourselves, but to the others as well, to the institution, to the nation. Then the next evening session on the same day was chaired by Dr. Nitin Arora. He's a professor, Amity International Business School and head Amity University, Reiki Foundation, Center for Science of Happiness. The session was joined by Dr. Audrey Tang, business author, international speaker, mental health and wellness. Dr. Kiran Jyot Singh, associate professor and assistant dean, Chandigarh University, India. Mr. Debashish Mukherjee, general manager, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, and Mr. Anup, Deputy General Manager, Power Management Institute, NTPC. So here we talked about the well-being and happiness, and we have the speaker that talk about the energy conservation and how we can save the planet. Now, today we are on the last day of our faculty development program, Guru Dakshata. So Guru Dakshata is all about learning at every moment of life. Be a student, be a scientist, be a teacher, be a guru. It's about having a vision towards life. So in the morning session, the theme was assessment and roadmap for the prioritization of future sustainability targets for water, energy, food, and management. The session was chaired by Mr. Sushil Kumar Sharma, founder CEO, Sustain Eco, former General Manager, Corporate Sustainable Development, Mr. Anurit Kanti, Senior Consultant, Sustainability Specialist, Capgemini Invent, Ms. Aditi Sinha, Associate Engineer, Operations, Smart Juice Private Limited, Ms. Priyanshu Trivedi, Engineer, CII Chandigarh, Dr. Damodaran K, Assistant Professor, School of Energy, Environment, Thapar University, Patiala. This session was collaborated by Thapar University, Patiala. So we have them as one of the collaborators for this FDP. ECPFO is one of the collaborators. Rakesh sir is already here. And now we are on the final session of this faculty development program, which is the valedictory session. And as Renu ma'am already welcomed our esteemed guest for today, so I just hope that all the speakers would have contributed in the learning. All the participants have learned, and as faculties, we have learned a lot from them. And I would also request the participants and the speakers that please give us some points so that we can develop this roadmap, because the FDP is developing a roadmap for sustainable lifestyle. So I think inputs from everyone would pave the way to the sustainable lifestyle. So this is all from these 5 days that we have as a wonderful and insightful journey. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me for briefing about this FDP. So over to you, Juhi.
Thank you, Dr. Amrina. Give the briefing of 5 days faculty development program, but not from Amity University, from Integral University.
Integral University, Lucknow, but I will always be a part of you, ma'am. And I've been saying this, that Amity is flowing in my blood. It's always will. It's always will. And thank you for giving me so much love and of course this opportunity to brief this FDP. As you know that Guru DAKSHATA has been our child.
I know. That's why from next year in June, this FDP will be in collaboration with your organization.
Absolutely, absolutely. Done from my side. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Amrina. God bless you.
My pleasure.
Over to
Thank you
Dr.
so much,
Juhi.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I would request my team to please share the glimpse of our entire session. As we have briefed it by words, now this would be briefed in form of a presentation so that you can just have an attractive glimpse of the entire session.
Thank you, Mr. Naresh, for arranging or making such excellent presentation on the glimpse of the 5-year faculty development program. Thank you, Naresh.
Thank you so much. I thank my entire team for making this presentation. Now, as we have revisited the entire program via words and presentation, it's now time to invite our first guest of honor to the dais. And before we do so, I would like to introduce him. Starting with the first guest of honor, Mr. Rakesh Agarwal. He's the Executive Chairman, the Environmental and Consumer Protection Foundation, New Delhi. He's an active philanthropist and eco-warrior who's involved in environmental social welfare activities for the last 52 years, having worked actively in Lions Club International. He's currently the Executive Chairman of the Environmental and Consumer Protection Foundation for the last 6 years, dedicated to solve the environmental issues and fighting for consumer protection. He's also the Vice President at MSME Chamber of Commerce of India and involved with other NGOs. He has 52 years of diversified work experience in environment, power, defense, media, and infra sectors at various levels with reputed engineering consultants, MNCs, and organizations from India, US, China, Germany, and Poland. His main activities in the environment field is basically air pollution, climate change, water conservation, restoration of water bodies, tree plantation, and the beating of plastic from the environment, global peace and climate change, obviously. He has attended various international seminars, global summits, and also co-organized many of them in various years, specifically associated with JNU and Delhi University. He has nominated him as a panel member for different issues pertaining to environment as an expert. We welcome you, sir, for the dais, and please enlighten us and share your experiences with us.
Thank you. Thanks, Amity team. At the outset, I must compliment and convey my gratitude.
So before we do so, I forgot to mention about the virtual Tulsi sapling. We would like to present a virtual Tulsi sapling as ma'am is doing it to you virtually.
Welcome, Rakesh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. At the outset, I wish to compliment and convey my personal gratitude to a very dynamic team of MIT, headed by Dr. Renu, supported by Dr. Abrina and Dr. Juhi, and all other faculty members. And as you all aware, we have been listening to all the various speakers. This is the first time in my 6 years experience that I have attended such a beautiful, educative, and I mean, this is just out of the world seminar that I've attended this time. My compliments to all of you. This World Environment Day serves as a platform to address various environmental challenges such as climate change, deforestation, pollution, biodiversity loss, and sustainable consumption. All these things have been talked about in the last 5 days, so I need not repeat them again. But this year's theme is plastic pollution, solution to the plastic solution. And this subject is very close to my heart. We have been working for the last 2 years to take care of soft waste plastic in Delhi and NCR. And this year we are going to increase it further to maybe we'll start with Abrina ma'am's place, Lucknow, and then we are planning to go to Jaipur and Bangalore also. This is really an opportunity for individuals to make a positive impact by adopting eco-friendly habits, reducing the carbon footprints, and spreading awareness about environmental issues. It's high time we include climate issues, sustainability in our school curricula, so that the youth can get involved in this, and they can then take it further. And once they come to college, they would have learned so much that we need not repeat again and again. We have taken up with Government of India to make separate ministry, not only ministry, but separate services called Indian Environmental Services, IES, just like IES, IFS, because presently there are so many agencies controlling this issue of environmental problem. You go to one department, they say it's not our baby. We go to another department, they say, sorry, it's not our baby. So you keep on knocking doors and ultimately end up filing a case in NGT, but there again, hardly any action is taken. So let's engage youth and start spreading this awareness as much as possible. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the nature plays a very vital role. We have seen during the COVID time that whatever we damaged climate, they damaged our personal problems or health also. The oxygen became a very big problem. We keep on cutting trees, and now we realize that how much important the tree is for our life. So as it is rightly said, Prakriti Rakshit Rakshita. Nature says, you protect me, I'll protect you. So with these words, I put an end to my speech and hand over back to MIT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was definitely worth noting. I think all of us definitely agree with the concept of Indian Environmental Services. This is going to decentralize the system and help us with the possible solution at the local levels as well. Then we can go to state and then we can go central. So the local solutions would be provided in such an aspect. Hopefully you and your team and even us will promote this idea and this gets in the organization soon. This might take some time, but obviously every good thing takes time. Indeed. Thank you for introducing us to that idea. Moving forward, I would now proceed towards my second guest of honor, Mr. Aditya Pundir. He is the Director of India in South Asia at the Climate Reality Project of India. He took over the branch in 2010 and is posted in New Delhi right now. He received his training from Honorable Vice President of US in 2009 on climate change and was also selected for Australian Leadership Awards training 2013 in environment. He has worked extensively in the field of climate change and sustainability in India. The Teaching Training Program developed for climate education has trained more than 11,000 teachers in the country, and this is the program that was developed by him. He has authored 2 books on National World Heritage Sites for UNESCO, 5 environmental education CD-ROMs, and 8 comics for children on environmental issues. He's also represented on consultation committees on climate change in India, formed by UNDP, World Bank, and UNESCO. He holds a master's degree in international business management and graduation in geology with a diploma in green education and environmental reporting. That's definitely very appreciated from all of us, sir. And we would like to welcome you with a virtual Tulsi sapling first. Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan is presenting the virtual Tulsi sapling to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So the dice is all yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juhi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here with you and speak on this very important issue. And of course, I'm a little bit under pressure because, I'm talking to all the faculties, it's not students, it's the faculties. And so lecturing to the faculties is slightly dicey, you have to be very careful of whatever you're speaking about. So, but I think the situation is such today that I think we are living, literally, I feel I'm living in a movie. I'm not living on this, like, you see, every day you open your television station or you open your internet, you get to your news. It looks like it's, it's apocalypse, it's happening. You must be reading about what's happening in Canada. 100 million people have been impacted by these massive fires which are happening. And these fires are all what is, you can say, the impact of climate change because the weather is so dry. Same thing last year, Pakistan, literally 20% of the country was wiped out by the floods. So this was the impact of climate change. And of course, India had about 280 heat wave events. Like, for example, 280 disasters we had right from January to September. with innumerable heat waves. And I'm quite sure everybody must have felt the February this year, probably the hottest February they say in 150 years. So things are changing, no doubt. And there's a huge impact of which is changing. And so if we just step back and think, why is this happening? It's happening because no doubt over 200 years back, our population was how much? It was roughly about 1.5 billion in 1850. And today we stand at 8 billion people. So more people, more consumption, and all this energy which is driving this change is coming from fossil fuels. So we are literally consuming so much of fossil fuels that we have raised the temperature of the planet by literally 1.2 degrees. So 1.1 degree rise in temperature, that's incredible considering the size of the planet. So this is what today the new reality which we are living in. And therefore, I think the programs like this, which you've held for the last 5 days, becomes extremely important. But now I think the time of awareness is not there. Now the time for more of action, which I personally feel, because you see, what is the challenge today? If you look at the challenge in front of everyone, is that today the greenhouse gas emissions, if you see, is roughly around 52 billion tons. And by 2030, it should come down to 25 billion tons. And by 2050, the world should be at net zero in case you want it to be 1.5 degree compliant. Otherwise, the earth will heat up further. So this is the target. It's an incredible target. It's not easy. It's very easy to talk about it, but when you start getting into the target, looking at the solutions part of it, it's a very difficult target. And that is where I think a role of organizations like Amity and all the educational institutions becomes extremely important. Because what we are feeling today is that this problem can only be solved if you are able to innovate, if you are able to use the technology, and if you are able to get these ideas which we are facing currently into the market as soon as possible. So these ideas can only come, we feel that the universities today, globally, not only MIT, globally, all the universities, these are the places where the incubation of these ideas can take place. Because the young people are there, fresh minds, fresh look at technology, fresh look at all these things, and especially guided by teachers and professors like you. So this could really make a lot of difference. So the solutions has to come from probably educational institutions, scientific incubators, and all these places in the coming times. And we are looking at solutions in a vast number of domains. That's why it's not that we are only going to solve climate change by solving one problem. Whether you look at energy, we will have to change the grid, where the solar will have the solar and wind and all the renewable energy will have to be implemented. The fossil fuels have to be phased out if we want to survive. Look at your transportation, we will have to go in towards electric vehicles or hydrogen, and we will have to replace our combustion of the fuels, because otherwise, again, not only are they going to, it's energy, again, the pollution is so much in Delhi, it's literally a gas chamber sometimes with the particle level crossing 400 to 500. So whether it's energy, whether it's water, you know, India is one of the most water stressed country in the world today. And the way that we are extracting water, we desperately need rainwater harvesting and all the water saving technologies, because climate change is literally making a lot of part of the country dry. I travel a lot across the country, and you can see the kind of situation which we are facing today in the places like Maharashtra and Rajasthan. So again, water becomes a very important issue. And then again, waste. Waste is again a critical thing where a lot of development will have to be thought about, because literally like a city like Delhi producing 9,000 metric ton of waste, where hardly 30 to 40% gets recycled, everything is going to the waste fields. So now, and the plastic pollution, as Rakesh ji is working on so vigorously, plastics is going to not only kill the planet, it's already started choking the oceans. And it's choking, like yesterday was the World Ocean Day, and I think everybody I was talking to was talking about the kind of pollution, the kind of plastic which is in the ocean. So this is again a big, huge challenge which we are going to face in terms of water and about the water bodies. And then, of course, our biodiversity, as you all know, is in the decline. The biodiversity in such a bad situation that if it continues, the climate change is a double whammy. We might be wiping out literally end of the century. So, and if this biodiversity loss happens, it is as dramatic and as dangerous as climate change, because we are dependent on so many species, whether it's butterflies, whether it is bees, whether it is plants. If they don't exist, then it will be very difficult for us to survive in the coming times. The diseases like like you have today, the epidemics which have been following, whether it is COVID or it could be the future COVIDs, there won't be solutions available. So these are some of the challenges which we are facing today, and the solutions we will have to look out for these challenges in the coming times, and we'll have to look them with a fresh mind. Well, as about my organization, that the climate reality is we are present in about 190 countries, and we are working towards one of the solutions. And one thing we are working in India towards is on green campus programs, where we are trying to create, convert these educational institutions into net zero campuses by 2030 onwards. So this is, we are working with a couple of universities in India now. We are working with more than 1,000 campuses have joined us for converting. So this is the thing. I think these are some of the things, practical things, which probably the institutions like MET, you have a very, very trained people, initiative you can take. You can guide the students into all these 5 domains, whether it's energy, biodiversity, water, air, and come out with solutions, because not only will it help the institution in terms of patents, in terms of reputation, it also helps the society, because the people around the institution are also continuously interacting. So it has to start with a green infrastructure. That's part A. It has to go into activities, which is parts B, where you interact with the students, you motivate them, you build leadership in them. And then we expect that this model will lead to diffusion in the community in the coming times. So this is how probably it can go further. And I'm quite sure the role of professors, teachers is very, very critical in today's juncture, because you are the people who are going to provide mentorship, you are going to provide leadership, you are going to provide ideas, you will help the children or the young people in looking at the problem in the correct perspective. Because, you know, today there are so many distracting elements, like most of the time, well, once you have to check it on Instagram, then you're checking something on the Twitter, then you're checking something or the other. Now we have ChatGPT also in the mix. So there's so many distractions today that to focus itself as an art. So I think this is one key area where I think a lot of the faculties, people, places like MET are going to play a huge role in coming times to develop and take things forward. So I'm sure you people must have had a wonderful time, and we are very, very thankful to you and Rakeshji for giving me this opportunity to speak here today to you. And I wish you all the best. And I hope whatever has been discussed gets implemented, because as I say again, my last word would be, now is the time for action. Awareness has had its time. And of course, as you talk about Prime Minister's campaign, it's absolutely brilliant. And that's what we talk about in part B. That's the behavioral change we are talking about. Behavioral change can only come if you provide the right infrastructure in the institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I can, I think my entire team would completely agree with the fact that it's the time for action. We cannot now delay or procrastinate this thought. We have to act against the bad, against the worst things that are happening to our environment. I would like to add on a very small concept. There's recent talks about a carbon adjustment border mechanism. So Europe is going to charge India and levy certain taxes on everything that is going to pollute their environment, which is why we are also facing crisis regarding export of different goods. So which is it is not just that we are losing our environment, we are also losing the economy if we are not changing our routes, changing our paths, becoming more self-reliant on our raw materials or the goods that we produce. This is going to impact us not just environmentally, socially, but also economically, which is why this definitely requires a demand for action right now, that too. So I completely agree, and thank you for sharing, sir. Moving forward, I would like to invite my last chief guest of honor for this. And ma'am, I would be really happy if you can just help me with the pronunciation of your last name. I don't want to say it wrong.
Surprised. I think a lot of people in the world get very deluded when they pronounce my name. But if I tell you exactly what it means, the most authentic, auspicious name.
I know the meaning. I know the meaning. I read about it.
DAKSHATA. So because we come from the place in the world, our lap of Himalayas, Kulu Manali. And in the local language, they don't call it God, they call it Dev in that Pahari dialect. This is how they pronounce. Because they call it DEU, so that is exactly how my name is, DAKSHATA, which means servant of Lord. So that is how
Thank
it
you.
is.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I would now like to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Satnam Devchakar. She's the president of Trade Collaboration, Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club Limited.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. To introduce her to the entire speakers and our audience. She's the executive director of development for this organization. She's bestowed with numerous responsibilities, including she's the CEO and managing director of the Devchakar Group of Companies and Devchakar Community Interest Company. She's the vice president, Council of International Chambers of Commerce, additional director, Asia Africa Developmental Council. She has been the head of Foreign Affairs, Arab Union for Sustainable Development and World Peace. She has been the co-founder for International Internship University and an executive member for Board of Advisor Leaders Without Borders Development Center and many others. One thing that I would definitely like to highlight, she likes to sing, so she's a great singer. She has been a part of many global startups across the world and in search of different investors and funders for global initiatives. She has 22 years of experience in the managerial cadre, experience in coordinating activities for women empowerment. Her keen interests include corporate social responsibility activities, project design, development and implementation, business representation between different countries, promotion of products between different countries. We welcome you, ma'am. Please allow us to present you the virtual Tulsi sapling.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate
Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay is
very auspicious moment, when I have
We
such
welcome you.
wonderful guest here. And I always said to Rakesh that you've given me such a lifetime opportunity to, for us, it's a celebration when we meet people of caliber, people of substance, who've got so much input, with their wisdom, their whatever they've already contributed for this country, for the environment, for the planet. It is exemplary, and we are so grateful to them. For my father, my entire life is sketched around my own father. My father, someone, going back to this, the exact agenda that we are addressing at the moment is environment, right? And how, as independent individuals, as being ourselves, what is our role and a responsibility on our own to sustain this issue, and how we bring the solutions. So from my father, I understood the concept of, looking after our planet. Being a founder of Kulu Shawls, he's someone who started naturopathy 45 years ago. He started treatments with Gomutra. He's someone who started organic farming with Kenchua Khat. He started it in Kulu Manali 45 years ago. And then he also, at the time, if you remember, Kulu Manali was emerging as a tourist hub at the time. So there were a lot of deforestation to put in the new resorts and all the hotels. So at that time, my father became fearful. So he started campaigns on environment, and how he did it to just, mix up with the understanding of the rural areas there. He started plantation on people trees, herbal trees with Kanya Pujan, so that the rural people will not understand any other way. So it was a very thoughtful process at that time. But the visionary father laid a foundation for us now to work in more than 150 countries for solutions on sustainable solutions for protecting our planet. So we've been part of all the most initiatives with the United Nations Sustainable Goals. So we're working, like I said, with the governments, with the royals. My other very key inclusion to especially now this agenda is I'm part of actually a group called IMA and FIP. This is one of our shareholding and being a strategic development partner. We are core of green technologies, where we are now bringing solutions to our country. I don't call it India, my apologies, I call it Bharat. Bharat, that was our original name. Jo hamari sanskriti hai, jo hamara name hai, that is Bharat. ठीक है, हम आज भी इसको भारत ही कहते हैं. गौरवमय हमारा इतिहास है, और हमारे ही भारतीयों ने पूरे विश्व में जाकर जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, उसकी बराबरी अभी भी नहीं की जा सकती है. तो हम बहुत privilege अपने आप को मानते हैं. We consider ourselves most fortunate to be born on this land. उसी के कारण मैं फरवरी में अपनी पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो वर्ल्ड वाइड है उनको लेकर भारत में आई थी विद अ प्रोग्राम कॉल्ड 25 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बूस्ट इन अ डेकेड. राकेश जी के साथ हमारा मिलना उसी के दौरान हुआ था. And this was a well calculated plan that we brought in because we had injected our investors, our funders, our resources, our technologies, and our collaborations worldwide to bring it as one collective peaceful rise project and brought it to the Indian government here so that we could incorporate it. And for that, I was looking for right corporations here in this country so that we could plug into the right system, because we do not believe in recreating the wheel. And we only wanted to complement the work that was already happening, so we could bring in additional resources around it. So जैसे आप एक पौधे को आप थोड़ा और खाद देंगे, उसको अच्छा nourishment देंगे, nutrition देंगे. That is exactly the concept we came in. So we already have structures, we have organization. Even at this moment, I'm sitting with Apollo International Limited in Gurugram. I came for a meeting. So I understood the kind of work they were doing and the collaboration and the work the government has bestowed on them. So I understood the capabilities. And I said, look, we'll join hands. We don't want to recreate structures. You already have something very sustainable there. It's done substantial work. We will add value to it and let's work together. So in a practical way, why I'm talking like this is there are solutions that we have achieved. There are resources that we have collaborated and brought on ground. So we, through this medium today, want to give you a proposal to whoever is listening here or whoever will be available to these conversations. So we want to bring in a contribution of collaboration proposal that we are here to serve our land. And because we're a core of green technologies, we can help. We are the highest form of green technology patented worldwide. Our founder partner, my partner is Dr. Pierre Brunswick, who's actually the guy who invented every chip in your phone, in mobile phones. So our technologies are the highest. We have a gravity energy, which is 1/5 of the cost. We are doing a lot of collaborations here. Why? We are, so because we want to entice the world in green technologies. So to do this process, we invest in the technologies ourselves. And also we invest in the infrastructure. So we are not coming as a burden to the society. We're coming as a helping hand. So all we want is the right channels to root our work in, so we can jointly work towards the practical solutions. So when we talk, we have to come with a conclusion. Every time we have a meeting, we have a seminar, I understand that our responsibility or our job is to make sure that we conclude. So it is an opening, it is a journey where we come and we unite. So we don't leave just after the presentation. What it means is when we've entered, we should be joining hands. We should find ways to look into how we could come into your rescue or jointly look into finding the solution together. So that is exactly what I'm trying to do here. I also represent the royal family of UAE. I am one of their executive head for business development. So one of my roles is that. The other role is I'm a UK government. I'm a foreign officer for Green Party UK, which is a national party, which is also present worldwide. And Green Party is mostly to do with the environment protection. So because I represent a lot of very credible platforms, I'm part of United Nations. I'm actually an official delegate for UN Women UK. And most of my work is around environment and women. So that ways, I want to offer my services to any platform that you understand where we can empower my diverse personality and my diverse sectors that I've worked into, bring in a lot of experience. So I would want to be able to contribute. So even if you talk about chambers of commerce, any part of the world, I'm part of the highest because I'm representing UK and Northern Ireland as a business partner and the UK partner for Business Angel Investment Forum, which is a part of G20 inclusion. So FPI, we are part of. So what we are trying to say is I'm a very humble daughter of this land. And if in my power, in my experience, in my collaborations or resources, if I can be of any add value, you have Sir Rakeshji is like an elder brother to me, very honorable part of us. He's brought me in today, and through him, I would offer my services as a voluntary services to any of your organizations where you think I can bring and add value. We will stand there. We have renewable energies. We have waste to energies. We have systems and operations and apps and metaverse system, AI system to support a lot of entities. We have some CSR, as you've heard before. We have some CSRs from sustainable groups. So there's a lot of work that we can jointly put together. If for anyone, like I said, individually, as a group, as an organization, as a government body, as an enterprise, you think we can come in anywhere, to be able to contribute towards any betterment work for our family, as I called Vasudev Kutumbakam, we will be most honored. So, like I said, we all understand the damages that we are, encountering at the moment. There is not even like a hidden subject. The agenda is very clear. Each one of us now is aware of the issues that we are facing globally. My father only told me one thing: when you forget about your rights and you start looking at your responsibilities, everything will come to you. So as an individual, you can still see, always, I will always only draw back to my own father, because he's Prakash Lal Dev Chakar, and I call him Prakash is light. So I say that in my darkness of my light, he's the one, a savior. So it's not one time my father, it's twice my father, because 6 years of critical illness that I had in UK, and I was considered as someone who would taken off from the support system and left aside to die. My father took me back and he repaired me in 2 months. And how he did it? Just naturopathy, Elfinger yoga, and all the herbs that were grown at home. So we have, again, a program that we call DIY. DIY is do it yourself. So why we call it DIYs? So Ayurveda and naturopathy is the one that can take dependency away from allopathy. So at home, you should be able to fix your own self. This is the another initiative we work on. And for that, my father's working in every country in the world, most of it. So we really here today are just putting a request in, a very humble request, that we really would want to serve our country, our nation. This is time to give back. I'm 47 now. And, I've worked in every country. Most of the countries I've worked, 150 countries, I'm working with the governments, 30 central banks we cover. We're working with the White House. The only, credibility will come to us if we are able to contribute to our own nation. So I would request any one of you, I will leave my details with Rakeshji. Anyone, you just contact us. If you think anywhere, any of our work can attribute to some better understanding or bringing in some kind of better value to you, please do connect with us. That is all I want to say. Thank you so
much, ma'am. Thank you so much for being so approachable to all of us. Somebody who's interested, somebody like organizations like us always welcome such people who are interested in making a change. And definitely, I would like to thank you for highlighting the not just cultural or aesthetic, but environmental aspects of Indian traditions. Such people who appreciate Bharat, I'll say, in your words. So such people who appreciate Bharat are turning very handful in nowadays. So somebody who loves India, Bharat so much seems very overwhelming to everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting all the cultural aspects. And definitely, we will look forward to collaborate again with you on some much more important topics next time onwards. Renu, ma'am?
Yes, Dr. Juhi.
Should we proceed towards the official vote of thanks?
Yes.
I now request Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan to please come on dais and serve us with the official vote of thanks for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Juhi, and the entire Amity University for giving me this opportunity for extending the formal vote of thanks to the auspicious gathering that we have with us today. So again, I'll take this quick opportunity, along with the entire organizing team, to extend our heartfelt gratitude to one and all present here and for being with us the entire 5 days for 5 days online faculty development program on Mission Life, a roadmap to sustainability with practice and partnership in action under Guru DAKSHATA, faculty induction program emphasizing and highlighting concept of environmental consciousness and sustainable development goals. To begin with, I would extend the Almighty for this wonderful day. I extend the heartiest gratitude to the Almighty for this wonderful day of great learning, gaining knowledge, and being together. I, on behalf of the entire fraternity of Amity Academic Staff College and AIS, that is Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, would like to convey the deepest regards and thanks to Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhanji, Founder President Ratnan Balved Education Foundation and Amity Education Group for his continuous guidance and encouragement. It is his vision and leadership that has placed Amity University among the top universities in the world with a vision and mission of making India a superpower in education. I extend my deep and sincere regards to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam for her incredible leadership for steering all the way through the 5 days FDP. I thank her for guiding us, supporting us throughout in organizing this FDP successfully. We thank profusely to Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chief Advisor, FPO and Chairman, Amity Law School and mentor AIES for having graced us with their august presence despite their busy schedules and multifarious commitment. And we thank him for his guidance and support throughout. Our thanks to Professor S.P. Singh, Director, Amity School of Natural Resource Sustainable Development and Amity Institute of Geoinformatics and Remote Sensing for being with us, for encouraging the participants, and also touching upon the very important and relevant points related to environmental sustainability and conservation strategies. We would also like to express our thanks to all the wonderful speakers that we have for these 5 sessions. They were the experts of their areas, and the way they have given their deliberation, they have shared their insight, their knowledge, their wisdom with us was incredible, and they have extended such a warm hand towards us for collaboration, for sharing research, for writing projects and consultancy. So I'll take this privilege to thank all our speakers for all the 5 days that we have. Then I take this opportunity to quickly thank to our Assistant Director of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Dr. Renu Dupar, for her tireless efforts in preparing for this 5 days FDP program and for constantly supporting us every day. I take this opportunity now to thank our 3 guests of honor for this validatory session who have summed up the entire journey with their excellent insight and vision towards sustainability. We offer our sincere thanks to our first guest of honor, Mr. Rakesh Agarwal, Executive Chairman, the Environmental and Consumer Protection Foundation, New Delhi. It's a very good NGO, and sir is working excellently in the waste management, in tree plantation, in social upliftment. So we know that sir is doing excellent work, and sir has always been there with us and sharing his wisdom with all of us and asking us to join him in. Then we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Aditya Pandit, Director, India and South Asia, the Climate Reality Project India Country Manager, the Climate Reality Project India, for highlighting the importance of teachers and how the environmental awareness is very, very important for the general mass so that they can understand and help the people in saving the environment, because the academician, the industrialists, the scientists, they are doing their job, but it has to reach out to the common people so that they can help us, they can come together. The people participation becomes very, very important. He also touched upon the very important aspect of climate change, and he mentioned about the forest fire in Canada, that how these events, is actually damaging the environment, and how with a little change in the attitude that we are having, a little attitude and becoming little softer toward the planets, little sensitive towards the planet, we can bring a big change to the world, big change in the nature, and we can conserve a lot. So thank you, sir, for those wonderful insight. Thank you sharing us for little things that make big wonders. Last but not the least, I'll take this quick opportunity to acknowledge our gratitude to Dr. Satnam Dujka, President, Trade Collaboration Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club Limited, for sharing the legacy of a father for the conservation of forest, for taking care of people and being there with the nature and believe in nature, and how he has passed on that passion and compassion to ma'am, and how she is carrying forward the sustainable solutions and sustainability and helping out people, making them understand and realize the importance of natural therapy. Indeed, I engrossed that view where ma'am has mentioned about the Indian brain and Indian power, that how, the Indians are ruling the world, the love and the culture, the passion and the compassion that we Indians have is unmatchable. And the ma'am is an excellent example that she herself right away said that if you do need me, please contact us. And she's so approachable. Dr. Juhi has just mentioned that how open she is, when she said that, please, if you need some help, just give me a call. And it's so humble of a ma'am. So ma'am, thank you so much from the entire team of Amity for being with us and for sharing your experiences with us, and how your father had helped you, in coming back to life and believing in yourself. So thank you for sharing that passion with us, for that compassion with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I extend my gratitude to all my wonderful participants who have attended from distant places across the country. It's indeed you people who have always motivate us and encourage us to come up with such faculty development program. I've been reading the comments in the chat box, and I've been very, very happy. Thank you for that happiness that you make us feel. I extend this warm thanks to Sagina ma'am, Dr. Sagina, for coordinating the faculty development program from Academic Staff College, and the entire and the wonderful young team of Amity Institute of Inspiring for putting up such a wonderful event together. We know that we've been doing so much of work to, busy. We are busy with examinations, evaluation and everything. And then also we are sticking to each other. We are holding this show together. So thank you, each one of you, for making this FDP, 5 days FDP, possible and successful. The Thanksgiving show would not be completed if I do not convey my gratitude to the administration of Amity University for the efforts they have made for the efficient conduction of this event. Lastly, I thank all the members of organizing committee, teaching as well as non-teaching staff of AIS who have been involved in this particular exercise for the last many days. We would like to thank the esteemed delegates, the scientific community, colleagues and research scholars for being an integral part of this event. Finally, I would take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to admin IT team, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for their support, because the learning that we have is related and relevant to what we are doing in life. But this IT team, they are with us without any hesitation, without any reluctance. They are here with us all the days, all the minutes, all the moments together. And they're so vigilant that anytime you just type them and message them, she said, ye hona hai, and they said that it is done. So my heartfelt gratitude to the admin IT team for helping us conducting this program so successfully. In the end, I once again thank the distinguished assemblage for their presence amongst all that present, and for this 5 days program. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for such a motivating audience. Thank you so much. Over to you, Jui.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing it so well, for acknowledging everyone's efforts till now. Now, just an important information: in everyone's chat box, there's a link for submitting feedbacks. So kindly submit your feedback so that we can make improvements, we can make modifications for the next time. So that would be really essential to fill up. And this link would be open till 6 p.m. So please submit it before that. For now, I would like to take permissions from everyone who's present here, from all my guests of honors and my assistant director and my fellow professors. Should we close the session now? Renu ma'am, Rakesh sir, Sapna ma'am. Can we close the session, ma'am?
I think we can wait for 5 minutes. We post the feedback form to all the students. After 5 minutes, we can close the session. Thank you, Rakesh sir. Your support is endless, no doubt. This FDP, no doubt, is possible only because of your support. Either it's an inaugural function, it is a valedictory function of organizing all the sessions. Thank you so much, sir, Rakesh sir.
Thank you, Rakesh. Even I would like to say that for the immense, enormous work, and also, even behind the scenes, how he was so concerned and he really wanted to bring success to this project, and wherever he is, this is what he does. So thank you. Even our gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Satna ma'am. Thank you. Thank you to all the guest of honor, speakers, and participants for gracing this 5 days faculty program with your valuable information and knowledge. And no doubt all the faculty members and all the participants gain a lot of knowledge from your session, from your excellent session. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Amrina.
My
Thank
pleasure,
you, Dr.
ma'am.
Amrina.
Always.
I know you're always with us. Thank you so much for
Always.
vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you
So much. So next time we
Thank
will
you.
try to join in offline mode, where we'll invite all of you to come and grace.
Hey, everyone.
grace
Thank
all of
you.
us. Thank you, Satnam.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank you.
lovely evening.
Namaskar,
Thank
sir.
you.
Namaskar. Bye. Maksud, sir. Thank you, Maksud, sir, for your endless support during this all 5 days program. Thank you, Maksud, sir. Please close the session, Maksud, sir.